Well, you don't. Who knows? That's not, no pop quizzes tonight. No pop quizzes tonight.
Madam Mayor, it is 6:06 and we are live.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the regular City Commission meeting of Tuesday, December 16th, 2025. May I have the roll call, please? Pop quizzes tonight. No pop quizzes.
Oh, sorry. Mayor Betty Resch.
Here.
Vice Mayor Sarah Maliga is absent. Commissioner Christopher McVoy.
Here.
Commissioner Mimi May.
Present.
Commissioner Anthony Segrich.
Present.
Thank you very much. The invocation will be by Commissioner May. I will lead the pledge.
Okay, so this moves with me. Good evening, everybody. Tonight we are, almost said we're gathered here together to have a meeting of the Lake Worth Beach City Commission. And, you know, I was just thinking about the holidays approaching, and we just had the Christmas parade, which was beautiful, and all the different groups that came together to make it so wonderful. And next weekend we have a Hanukkah celebration on Sunday at 4:30 in the Cultural Plaza. Hopefully everybody will come and join us. And, you know, just thinking about the unity of that the holiday season brings. And I'm hoping that it will bring us into the new year where conversations and kindness prevail. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
In Congress.
Okay, additions, deletions, or reordering. Does anybody have anything?
Madam Mayor, I'm
Yes,
sorry,
ma'am.
before we get, okay, we had to redo Zoom and I can't find where to do the captions. Okay, I think Julian, I might need you to come up here. Because
He's been in demand today.
I know. But okay, while we're getting that going, because I want to make sure I have the captions on, that's it. I don't have any additions or deletions, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. McVoy?
Yeah, I guess that this would be an addition. I would like us to bring back the discussion that we voted on, I believe, the last meeting on street trees, Dahoon hollies for downtown. We have received additional information that we did not have at that time. As a environmental scientist and familiar with the botanical aspects, the ecological aspects, it is relevant information, and from sources, highly qualified sources known to me personally. Not all of them, some of them. So I would recommend, given that this is a decision that will affect the city for 50 years to come, 70 years to come, hopefully quite a while, I would like us to revisit that. And I'm looking for support for that from my fellow commissioners.
Well, my question is, didn't this go through some sort of process to get to the decision to use that particular tree? Mr. Brown?
Yes, Madam Mayor. We, as I mentioned before, we had qualifications that we had put in place. We looked at a lot of different species of tree. The root system, not having an expansive root system, not having a shallow root system, not having an extensive canopy because of the proximity to the actual buildings. So we can't have something that's going to continue to grow into the buildings. There were different categories and things we had broken into. We had, after Dave Malou passed on, we were utilizing Chinmore as our arborist and horticulturalist. And we were getting information from them as well. We went to the tree board.
It went through the tree board?
It did go through the tree and landscape board as well. So again, we kind of narrowed it down to this. I don't know where we go from if this isn't what we want to use. I guess I would just then turn it back over and say, what would you guys want to plant down there? Because we have gone through everything.
I mean, I think this has been, we're hearing about this tonight. We all received a letter or an email, but I mean, it's almost like late in the game to say, well, now revisit this entire thing is my concern, but I'm open to suggestions from the commission.
And real quick, I would also need to make sure, because since that had already been approved, I know we had moved forward. I'm not sure where we're at with the purchase
Funding,
order
no,
process or what we've set up
Yeah.
already. So I'd have to find out where we're at with that.
You know, I mean, okay, Mr. Segrich.
I was just gonna say, I believe he just needs to make a motion for reconsideration of
Right,
the
yeah.
vote, and then we go down that process
We're getting some.
before we
so
discuss.
If you want to make that a motion,
Yes, based on that we have received information from very highly respected botanical and urban planning sources that is different and known to me also to be different than what I would have. I raised the concern in the previous one, and they raised similar concerns, although I did not communicate with them. Based on that, I make a motion that we reconsider this and yes, that we reconsider.
is there a second?
Second for discussion?
Okay, let's discuss. What would you like to discuss? What would you like to say?
I read the letter. I also talked with Jamie and staff.
Aren't we just voting whether, or
No, it's
discussing
for
whether or
discussion.
not to, excuse me,
Oh.
aren't we, I didn't mean to interrupt, but aren't we just discussing whether or not to put it on the agenda? Or are
No,
we
this-
doing it right now?
He made a motion for reconsideration. Once, if that passes, then
It would
You do
come
it
back.
right
Then it-
away?
No, it would.
it would
back.
come back on this agenda or a future agenda. That's the second step.
Okay, so you're discussing whether or not to.
It has merit
if
to
it has merit.
reconsider.
Okay, I apologize.
Yeah. So, and I did a lot of my own research and look at that. I do think it has, merit for us to reconsider. So that's it.
Okay. Miss May, how do you feel about that? About reconsidering it?
Don't have my light on.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not against it. My concern is, number one, Mr. Brown, you know, has a PO gone out, has an order been made by this time? And I don't know the answer to that question. If the answer is no, that has not happened. I mean, again, it's like I feel like how many experts can there be? And there's so many different things. I just don't want to I feel like so many times we make a decision and then we slow it back down, we back it back down. And that's very frustrating to me because on the same time, we're also sort of barking about how come nothing gets done. So, what would Mr. McFoy, what, if this was going to come back, what exactly are you looking to do? I mean, Shreveport saw it.
Okay, one doesn't want to get into a situation of dueling experts kind of thing. But what I can tell you is that the information that was brought back came, at least in part, if not primarily, from the Institute for Regional Conservation, which is both nationally known and internationally known. They started here. They know Florida habitats inside and out. They also have branched out from the strictly ecological and botanical into a section of natives for your neighborhood, where they've figured out, okay, this might be a great tree that's native to South Florida, but it may not be all that great in this particular urban use. So they have both the expertise at an ecological, biological level and the expertise on the practical side. I have spoken with the folks at Chenmore. They're, it's a wonderful engineering company, but they do not have anything like the same expertise. They just don't. They have, the person I spoke with was recently arrived from San Francisco, isn't going to have.
All right, so
in-depth
I'm
knowledge.
going to interrupt just to
So-
just to keep this conversation going.
So I would
let-
say-
let me just ask you a question then. I mean,
Sure.
is it like, we're talking about months, we're going to
No, I don't think.
expert after expert after expert?
No, I would, a recommendation, a list was provided, Blolly, a number of different species that might be better choices. This one is not a good choice because of its ecological requirement. It's a wetland plant. It's not a dry area. We're on dry sand here, so we're likely to have problems with it. So we invest a bunch of money, put in the things, and then it's not likely to do well. Some of the other ones that were on the list are ones that have proven track history. Nobody plants Tahoon holly in Lake Worth that I've known. And there's a reason for that.
All right, let's have a vote then. All in favor of reconsidering, bringing it back for reconsideration? Is there public, we don't, this is not added. There's no, this is an addition. Right, that's my question. When will we be bringing this back? When could we bring this back?
I wouldn't do it tonight necessarily, but
No.
I'm totally open, earliest convenience or.
Could we look at the, Mr. Stowe, please? Could we bring it back in 2 weeks? And
Yeah, we
I,
can add it to, I'm not, I'd have to look and see what
right,
our current layout is for the fifth meeting,
okay,
or sixth, I'm sorry, the sixth. But
right.
Yeah, we
Okay,
can add it
so-
to the agenda.
All right, so I mean, if it's brought back that quickly, I will vote in favor of it.
And I will say that I'll check tomorrow because I'm not sure if this has already been scheduled, if the PO has already been issued. They could be coming later on this week. I have no
Right, I
idea.
mean, that, and I
So,
think,
so I don't know what
Right. I
stage
mean,
we're at
if
right
they're-
now.
if they're
True.
coming this week, we're not stopping it.
right.
Again, I'm not
let's-
sure what the schedule is or what's
Right.
been scheduled.
Okay,
yet,
so I
but
think the
we look
motion should
forward,
be
though, after the last meeting.
conditioned on the fact that they're not paid for on their way.
Unless that's an easy, working with tree organizations, it's pretty easy to.
Well, we don't know that, and we're a city working with the tree organization, so it's a little bit different. So I would ask that if I would condition it on if they are coming, if they're already on their way. Mr. Brown,
We can always, even if they're coming tomorrow,
Mhm.
we can always postpone it. I don't know what their schedule is or what's currently scheduled. I don't know.
and
But,
make an exchange perhaps, or
I have
plant
no
them
idea.
someplace else.
I have to look. I'm
Right,
just.
well, okay.
I didn't know this was coming tonight, so I
Yeah,
didn't.
neither, none
I
of
could
us.
have looked in to see where we currently were with
Right.
the process, but
Can I ask a question
Sure.
about it? So if the company we hired, Chen Moore, is not qualified to do that, and we don't have a city arborist, and it went through the tree board, who are we going to be? Who's going to make this decision?
Chinmore has a landscape division,
Architect?
landscape architect division.
Do they have an
Not only
arborist?
Not only do they have landscape architects, they have arborists and horticulturalists. So
Okay,
they have,
so they've made this decision. It sounds pretty, I don't know.
we looked to them after Mr. McGrew had moved on. We looked to them, basically outsourced it to them.
Got
And
it.
they gave us a
For
choice.
not just this, but also for our site plan review committee. Anytime we have developments that come in, we had to have an arborist or to actually review the plans and
Mhm.
everything else. So we've been outsourcing that portion until
Mm-hmm.
we can get someone new on board. We had someone, but they didn't last that long. So it's currently,
And they
back
gave
out.
us a list to choose from? Or they just give
Exactly.
it, did Chenmore give us a list to choose from, or they just say, here's the best one?
there was a list of trees
Mhm.
and then pros and cons. So we had a long list of possible things. And then it actually showed what the issues were. Some had shallow root systems, some had much too large of a canopy, some would be too much maintenance, some required, it was just a list of things.
Mhm.
And we kind of narrowed it down from that list. And they were all native trees. There was nothing that was non-native.
And
Well, it doesn't sound like the problem is the nativity of it. It's the
it-
wetness. Are we are we gonna water these plants?
Yeah, we do run the water truck through downtown. every
Okay.
day, Especially when
So
we're
they
trying to-
will get water.
especially when we're trying to establish something that's just been planted, we do run the water trucks. And also when we have the flower pots, when those are freshly planted, we have to actually water those too if we're not getting a lot of rain. So that's what the water truck is for.
Well,
if
yes,
I
Mr.
might,
McVoy?
landscape architects, I've worked with all of those types of folks. Landscape architects are fine. Some of them have years of experience in South Florida. Some of them have very little. Native is different things. Native to South Florida, native to what habitat? That's the creep. There's nothing wrong with Duhoon holly as a tree. It's a fine tree, but it doesn't grow in pine flatwoods, which is pine flatwoods or scrub. It is not a dry area plant. You would need a lot of water to establish it, but you would need water to keep it going. And we don't have irrigation systems in there. And I don't think we want to box ourselves into something that does require irrigation.
Well,
I-
all right,
So the authority I would go to is IRC, Institute for Regional Conservation. They are widely recognized as the most knowledgeable folks on this sort of thing in South Florida
What
and further.
what department is this under? Leisure Services, Planning and Zoning? Who's the boss on
It's
this?
the grounds division within Public Works.
Public Works.
Yep.
Okay, so what I'm going to ask, if this reconsideration goes through, I'm going to ask that Public Works, someone from Public Works meets with Mr. McBoy and go through the list and see if there's any different thing and come back to us at the next meeting with a new if in fact we've not already obligated ourselves to the other ones.
Hmm.
How does that sound? Yeah, I mean, it's, okay, all right, so, I am still asking you to condition on the, because if we can't get the obligation, we can't do that to the city. So I would ask that you just condition on the fact that we are, and a lot of times we can work on contracts and stuff, but that's, if we're locked into the Dunwood, whatever they are, Hollies.
Again, if nothing has been, obviously nothing has been planned, nothing's been done yet, it would just be a matter of, I would
switching
have
them
to
out
get
or-
with our
All right,
procurement.
okay, so I'm gonna call for both then to come back to do what we said, to have Mr. McVoy get somebody to talk to, Public Works with a list.
Do you already have a list?
Yeah, there's a list
All right.
in the backup
come back
and I
and-
know most of
All
the
right, all right.
streets, so.
And come back in 2 weeks with the list or with a different
Yeah,
decision
you
or
can
the
send
same
that to me,
decision.
so then I can at least cross-reference it against what we already had. To make sure
Yeah.
none of those,
Okay.
Yeah.
same
All right.
are on there.
I
'cause
think
I
it's
already-
in the Sierra email, Sierra Club email,
What?
or whatever it was. It was in the email, the
Yeah.
list of the
Right.
couple plants at the bottom.
Okay, all
All
right.
right, I
So
agree with that.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Okay, there's something I want to bring up and this is completely random, not really say random. We have had lots and lots of public, we're all aware of what's going on in the city with ICE. And we are walking a very fine line because on the one hand, we have no jurisdiction over this. On the other hand, our local citizens are being harmed. So purely for discussion, I drafted a letter, which you can take and throw away, amend, and I'm asking for a decision tonight. I just think for a discussion topic, what, if any, action should we take in terms of reaching out to ask the powers that be to just consider the effect that this is having on our community, on our kids coming home from no school. And I have a draft of it, and I've been working with Mariana from the Guatemalan Center about it. And I asked her for some examples, to show. And she's got some pretty remarkable examples. 4 children whose father was detained in September, mother detained in November, leaving the eldest daughter in charge of the rest of her siblings. She's put her education on hold to run the landscaping business that supports the family and take care of her younger siblings. When Florida Highway Patrol was detaining the mother, we arrived on site at the Guatemalan Center and pleaded that the children would be left alone so that if they took her eldest daughter and 15-year-old son were in the vehicle when she was taken. There's 4 examples that she gives. And I understand, I mean, this is as hot a topic as can possibly be touched by an elected official. And I know a lot of you have been, there's been a lot of calls, about taking some kind of action. On the other hand, there's a lot of people that think that what's happening is fine, that, there's no middle ground on this one, I think. But the letter that I drafted just starts out, our administration shares your commitment to public safety, economic stability, and the rule of law. In recent weeks, however, ICE activities in Lake Worth Beach have prompted concerns from residents, employers, and local officials about how their broader impact on community trust and daily civic life. While we recognize and respect the federal government's role in enforcing immigration law, these actions have strained the trust between residents and local authorities and have undermined our city's ability to effectively govern and keep all residents safe. And again, this is a draft. This is just completely from me. Okay. Lake Worth Beach is home to a diverse population that includes immigrants who contribute meaningfully to our economy, workforce, and civic life. When ICE enforcement is carried out without coordination with local leadership, and I would strike that because I don't think they're expected to coordinate with us. But when this happens, it creates confusion, fear, and reluctance among residents to report crimes, cooperate with police, or access essential services. This ultimately weakens public safety for everyone. In the past few weeks, there have been instances of citizens and people with legal status being detained, heartbreaking stories of children being left without parents, coming home from school to find an empty house. These children are overall U.S. citizens. To act with such disregard of their situations is cruel and unnecessary. I respectfully request that your administration pause to review activities in Lake Worth Beach and that meaningful consultation occur with municipal leadership. Again, they're not going to do that, but it's in my draft. Local governments are best positioned to understand the needs and realities of their communities, and cooperation, not conflict, between federal and local authorities is essential. we'd like to, talk to. We're asking that my administration is prepared to engage in constructive dialogue to find solutions that uphold the law while respecting the dignity, safety, and stability of our residents. I urge you to consider the real and lasting impact these enforcement actions are having on our city. Thank you for your attention. I look forward to your response. I mean, again, draft. I have no idea what my fellow commissioners think this is, if even touching about it is a good idea. And I've been very reluctant to, because it's not an easy situation, but we do have to respect the law. We do have to respect the fact that whatever federal actions be taken. However, I think what we're talking about is just treating our residents like human beings, and with some respect. And so, I mean, while we're not saying we don't. We understand that this job is being done, and we're not disputing the jurisdiction of the federal courts or the state court even to enforce that law. What we're asking, though, is just some acknowledgement of the effect that it's having on mostly our children and our local residents. PBSO has worked very hard, I think, to develop a pretty good relationship with our residents. And PBSO is being glommed in with, and I don't know what relation, what I'm hearing is that it's highway patrol and the ICE people that are coming in with the unmarked cars and the masks and the all that, and creating, I've seen, I think a lot of us have seen a video of someone being really badly mistreated. So we respect, as a city, I'm not disputing that we respect the rule of law. We're just asking that the rule of law be considered in the situation. So yell at me, tell me I'm stupid, tell me I shouldn't touch on this, tell me anything. But I felt compelled from a lot of things that I've heard and just a lot of the things that I've seen to just bring it up. And Ms. May, you brought it up at the agenda meeting the other day, which kind of opened my door to thinking about what, if anything, we could do that does not provoke the powers that be, but just ask them for some understanding. So I would like some feedback. Mr. McFoy?
I'll defer to others.
I know other lights are on.
Well, defer to me. I appreciate, Madam Mayor, you bringing this up. I appreciated Commissioner May bringing it up at the pre-agenda meeting. I think we are all seeing, directly or indirectly, some pretty concerning things. And something that really struck me, Commissioner Segrich and I both went this morning to the press conference held by PBSO on a year-long program in the 9th Street South G&H area that has had traditionally, as long as I've been on the commission, has had a lot of trouble with crime, particularly with drugs and so on. PBSO worked for a year on a program and managed over the last few months to catch 150 odd folks. And they worked for a year because it's not, crime and law enforcement is not just catching the people. If you can't have a prosecutable case that's going to make it through the courts, it doesn't do any good. That's why it takes a lot of legwork. That's why it's sometimes frustrating for us as residents that, hey, I see these guys selling drugs. Why aren't you doing anything about it? Well, seeing it is not necessarily enough. You got to build that case. That takes time. Of those 150 odd people, I asked one of the PBSO folks, how many of these folks have any immigration issues? And the person who seemed pretty knowledgeable on this said 12 of them have retainers. So less than 10% had immigration issues. These were people who are U.S. citizens that are serious criminals. I think one of the things that is really frustrating in our community is when ICE and Florida Highway Patrol come in, they're zooming in, they're grabbing a couple people and disappearing again, grabbing people off the street. That is not a carefully built, years-long gathering the evidence. That is not even going after serious Part 1 criminals. It is going after landscaping folks. It is going after roofers. It's going after people who are hardworking in our community. And it is not making our community safer. What PBSO did for a year-long program, that is seriously making our community safer. And I applaud them for doing that. But these raids that are happening by FHP are not making us safer, and they are causing an enormous amount of humane and humanitarian issues that are unnecessary. And so I do really appreciate, Madam Mayor. I would hope, I like what I see there. I just saw it 10 minutes ago, so I got to think about it a
And
little
there's
bit
things
more.
I would take.
And I'm sure you've marked it draft, so, there's room for adjustments. But I would say, given what we are already finding at the national level, that the vast majority of the folks that ICE is picking up do not, and let me repeat, do not have criminal convictions. We are spending an enormous amount of resources nationally for people who do not have criminal convictions. So one of the things that I would suggest that we ask is, as FHP continues its work here and ICE continues their work, they give us, that there's some accountability. They simply give us a list every 2 weeks, every month, whatever is reasonable. Who all did you pick up? Give us some data on it. What were their convictions? What was their, what was your argument for it?
I don't agree with that. I think that would never happen. I think that we don't get a list from PBSO who they did every week.
It's public record. You
All
can
right.
get it.
Well, then it's public record. Then people can look it up.
It's
But-
very
All right, Mr. McFoy, I'm not going to argue with you. Okay. I feel that even going to this, and I've not heard from anybody else. I have no idea, and we don't have to decide tonight. It's just an idea I wanted to put forward. And, because I think we need to balance the respect that we do have and should have for our law enforcement with the effect that it's having on the community of Lake Worth. Ms. May.
Thank you. Just a couple questions because we got this at 5:49. So have you run this letter by legal?
Again, this is a draft and I told her I was doing it and I just gave it to her I emailed it earlier today, but she never had a chance to look at it. But I'm happy not to, I'm happy to talk to legal. I'm happy to do whatever we need to do and change it, but just.
Okay, so you have not run it by legal or PBSO yet?
No.
Okay. And who is the letter to?
Well, that's part of the discussion. I mean, that's why I'm bringing it up for discussion. Who would we send this letter to? Would we send it all the way up? So that's a question. That's why there's no heading on it.
Okay, so, I mean, I'm not prepared to discuss this because we just got it 10 minutes ago. I do agree that there are some humanitarian issues we might want to consider. I don't know that it's appropriate for us as a commission to speak. I don't know. I don't know without even knowing. I mean, like you wrote a letter to no one. So that my question
Well,
is, but my problem with it is, and I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with the intent. I have a problem with where's it going and what's the point?
It will have no effect. But I think at some point, again, balancing the respect for the rule of law.
Right.
With I'm asked the letter, just please take a look at what the effect is in our community. Just please take a look.
Okay.
I mean, that's really all it says.
I mean, I don't mind discussing it because I know it's a problem, but
No.
we got to think about who's it going to? Has it gone through legal? PBSO is our law enforcement agency. I would like to make sure that they support that because we are basically speaking for them in this letter.
Please, folks, please. Well, not really, but yeah.
Well,
Yeah, I have no, we can bring it back. I absolutely do whatever we.
I think it's a really, really important topic.
Mhm.
And I'm not prepared to discuss it tonight, but I don't think that that means that we shouldn't, but I don't like getting things 10 minutes before.
No,
the meeting.
I totally, that's what I prefaced my entire statement on that because, after your comment on Friday, because I've been, there's been a lot of pressure to do something. And after you mentioned it on Friday, I thought, well, we keep saying we can't do anything. I thought, how could we do something? Okay, just something. So that's where that came from. And it's completely draft. And we can talk about it at another meeting. I can run it through anybody that you want. That should be, this is not to go out. It's just for conversation. Mr. Zegridge. Folks, please.
So before I comment on the subject, this is part of the agenda additions or deletions. So are you
Just a
asking,
discussion.
are you asking that
To have a discussion?
to add this to today's agenda?
I would be happy adding it to the next agenda so that we have time, because tonight it's short
Okay.
notice. I
So you're
understand.
asking consensus essentially to add this to a
Correct.
future agenda?
Yeah.
Okay. One of the things, we read this letter quickly and then you say it will have no effect. That concerns me. If we're truly trying to help people, I believe that we need to focus our energies on things that will have effect. I received several phone calls from concerned business owners who had employees who they believed to be of full legal status, who were caught up in the sweep. I've done everything within my power and network to figure out and determine what's going on with those individuals. What is their actual status? In some cases, their actual status is different what they've represented to their employers. So they're not in fact legal. In other cases, it's undetermined. And there's many different agencies and organizations involved in this. A simple letter that when we self-admit will have no effect is guaranteed to have no effect.
A
other
little
than,
facetious when I said that. I'm a little discouraged right now at this point.
well,
I would hope it had some effect.
well, it probably won't, because we don't have jurisdictional authority to influence anything. So you're basically asking for the benevolence of a system that is most likely not going to give you that courtesy, because they're acting on the existing law and the existing direction from the powers that have the ability to direct that. In discussing this, there are also claims being made here. And we have sat here and heard claims before, and I'm not saying these are, but before, from even people on this dais that weren't necessarily true or left out material facts. So I would like to make sure that we vet any such claims and actually have true knowledge that if there are abuses going on, and we've said this before. So for example, with the 3rd Street incident, someone claimed to have witnessed police brutality from this dais. They didn't report it.
Oh, yeah.
And if they truly witnessed police brutality and being in a position of power such as we are, and after Captain Karn clearly gave us the methods and the contacts and the blessing and the support to go ahead and report it, wow, shameful that if you witnessed it, you didn't report it or it didn't happen. One of the two things is true. Either it's horribly shameful that in a position of power with the position to do something, you didn't take that opportunity, or it didn't happen, right? And conflating that incident where, it was somehow made it seem like it was a horrible thing that 36 PBSO cruisers showed up. Well, the call went out, they're obligated under law, and it was a hostage situation of a person barricaded in a home, that there's going to be a large response. And that was largely due to what the individuals chose to do. They could have chose to stay in the state trooper's car and not barricade themselves, right? So we have instances, and you referenced the video, and there's instances referenced in here, but I would really be cautious that if we are to do something, if we are to make a statement, if we are to ask agencies to consider things, that we make sure we have our ducks in a row.
I have no problem with that. I have absolutely no problem. I mean, you could say you don't want us to do anything. I mean, that's
so,
the spectrum.
For my part, I'm doing my part where people have raised real concerns to me, and I'm working as hard as I can through the contacts that I have at all different levels in all different agencies to figure out what is going on with those particular incidents. I happen to think that approach might get more effect to help those individuals that can be helped.
Well, I think all of us are doing that behind the scenes. Yeah.
I would hope so.
Yeah.
I would hope so. But, if we witness police brutality and we don't report it, we're definitely not doing our job. So I'm okay with giving consensus to discuss, but before we discuss something that has claims in it, I would like absolute proof on that.
Not a problem. I
As
mean, and I don't disagree with you. Again, this just came up. It was on Friday. I just saw it over the weekend. Let's, just,
yeah, because
because if we-
if there are real examples and we can help, we should help. I mean, that's our
how
job.
do we help is the question. So confirm the examples. Run it by the sheriff's office. And legal, that she's already got it. We'll talk. Yeah. Well, I mean, and I'm looking for suggestions, like the governor, Secretary of State, the president, Christy Noem. I mean, who do we send this to? Who's appropriate to send it to? And I think it kind of goes up to the top because and again, it's a very fine line. We're not criticizing the fact that it's happening. We're criticizing some of the
I
outcomes.
would also say before we have a discussion on it, that we try to meet with those agencies and ask our questions. Because here you are accusing agencies of things that are potentially criminal. And in our words up here, people are snatching people off the street. That's accusing them of a crime. And it very well may be, but that is accusing an agency of a crime. We should reach out to them and actually talk to them and get data and verifiable proof
Okay, so I guess
before we go ahead and do that.
that's fine. What I will do is do that. And I'll share it with legal, who can then share with anybody that they, as long as we don't talk amongst ourselves. So if we have consensus, it's the consensus to try to do a letter or not to do a letter. So we can, given the parameters, I'll go ahead just to work on it and keep working on it and bring it back maybe at the next meeting and share with the legal in the meantime, updates.
If you can find out the information
Right.
in that time frame, because I mean,
And
it's
it's
the Christmas
Right,
holiday,
so
and New Year's holiday, it's gonna
When,
be tough.
when I get that stuff back, and I think that's reasonable, I'm not, that I just, and when you brought it up, Mimi, on Friday, it's just like, yeah, I mean, if we talk about it, but we just keep talking about it, it seems like, okay, so I appreciate it. So we have consensus to do that. And that we're not, no more talk. I've been given my direction and I'll be in touch with, the captain and with, legal and, verifying that. All right, thank
I'm
you very
sorry,
much.
Madam Mayor, I just want to be clear on what the consensus is.
For me, I think just to continue investigating, factual, confirming factual, ideas that have, things that have been said, to run it by legal, to run it by the PBSO.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And so as soon as I have the information, I'll be sharing it along with progress along the way. Thank you very much. Again, listen, I mean, I hesitated bringing it up, but I just think at some point, with all respect, we need to address it a little bit. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. So
I did have one addition totally unrelated to that, and
in addition,
I don't know what you call it. A pulling from consent. I would request that we pull A from consent for discussion.
okay. You did, okay. All right, so with that,
Brief.
is there a motion, you make a motion to, we don't make a motion to do that, you can pull it. So what?
Do we need a
Do you
motion to move
pull
it from
something off
consent?
the Consent,
I don't know.
Madam Clerk?
We would need a motion. So any
to-
commissioner can pull something off of the agenda and then there'd be a vote to approve the agenda as amended.
As amended, right, that's
Okay.
how that works. Okay, so,
So, with all due respect, so continuing with how we've been doing this lately,
Mhm.
when we get to consent, before
Right.
we vote on consent, we'll have a discussion about it and then we can vote.
okay, so do I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
Motion to approve as amended.
Do
I don't think the agenda was amended. Everything that
we're
we've
just-
talked about is
we're-
everything that you've talked about is going on a future meeting. We have not changed this agenda in any way.
Consent, just pulling consent agenda.
No, she just said when we get to the consent item, he's going to pull it then. So the agenda itself remains.
Madam Clerk? I thought we pulled them.
Madam City Attorney, I defer to you.
I think the way the commissioner repeated it is correct, that the agenda states as it is. When you get to consent, you can discuss the one item and then vote on the consent agenda.
All right, so you're going to pull it when we get there. All right. Thank you very much. So we don't need a motion to, we haven't changed. Okay. CRA quarterly reports. Joan Oliva, CRA Director. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please turn your phones off, folks.
So for silence. You read.
Siri is the boss. I'll be right back. I'm just.
Okay, sorry. Madam Mayor, Commissioners, Joan Oliva, CRA Director here at the City of Lake Worth Beach. Mayor, you can't leave because I have something just for you. We're going to start off with good news. We had a wonderful Day of the Dead event in October. Thousands of people came out. Thank you so much to all of our sponsors. I have a brief little video for you to watch if it works. Anyway, I want to thank you all for all of your support, especially Public Services. They come out and do a fantastic job every year. This was our, again, our 10-year anniversary. If you can't, it's okay. Okay, no worries. Technology.
Yeah.
Gets you in the mood. We just turn the volume down. But can I go to the next slide? There we go. Thank you for your patience. Also over at Hatch, this Saturday, we have the Over 20 show, which is local artists and vendors with and artists showing their work right in time for the holidays. We have Art Wars coming up in February, and we have the room programmed for the rest of next year as well. We did all new box wraps throughout the town. This time we decided to focus on local birds and put some facts out there. Again, these were done by local artists. We have holiday banners that went up all through the downtown and on the gateways. And finally, we have the planter signs that we continue to keep up to
Can you
date.
speak into the microphone a little bit?
Sure. Grant funding right now, we have 5 federal grants. And most of them have to do with affordable housing. As you can see from some of these pictures, these are some of the acquisitions that we have done with some of that grant funding. We also have a community project grant, and we partnered with Adopt a Family to do the homeless prevention program, and they've been using funds over the last few months to prevent exactly that, homelessness. So very thrilled to be working with them, very honored. Funding acquisition of 10 lots, 5 demos. These are future sites for affordable housing. I won't go through them all, but Habitat has 2 homes under construction right now, and they have 7 planned in the near future. Women's Bill 2026, our own Commissioner May is one of the, what do you call that?
Women in the building.
The committee, okay. So if anybody would like to help sponsor her or her team, you can go to the Habitat website. These were 3 homes that we did last year here at Women's Build at 406 and 408 South C and also 109 South D. These are 2 renderings of some homes that the Community Land Trust will be doing. The lower one is our villas, and the other one is like a 2-story duplex. Those will be in the single family, 2-family areas. You can see some of the addresses there. And then this is actually some of the construction work that's already underway. So we have villas going throughout the western area there, and just these alone will provide 10 new affordable for sale units. And because they're through the Community Land Trust, they will more than likely be $200,000 or less.
It's amazing.
More affordable homes. These are a number of the ones done by Habitat or coming up by Habitat. I had the pleasure 2 weeks ago to go to Habitat headquarters. And if you see the picture in the middle, 6 new families found out they were getting homes here in Lake Worth Beach. There was a lot of crying. It was beautiful, beautiful event. But yeah, we have 6 more families coming to Lake Worth Beach. These are the Village Flats, which are on both Lake and Lucerne Avenue. You can see lot 1, that project is more than 60% done. We also are waiting for, once that is done, phase 2 and phase 3. There will be a total of 29 units, of which 11 will be affordable. Pinnacle on 6, you'll be happy to hear that the project ranked first with Florida Housing Finance for the low income housing tax credits. So our $75,000 or that we gave through you leveraged another $30 million. So more than likely, we will be seeing some more specific designs in the upcoming year.
Thank you.
This is Madison Terrace, doing a pretty good job of going up. Again, these are 166 units, specifically for people 55 and older with an average income of 60% of AMI. So the rents will be from anywhere from the high like hundreds to the low thousands. And they're starting soon they just finished the windows in phase 1, so they're starting on phase 2 very quickly.
They were painting today.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Lake Worth Station, 10th Avenue and G Street. This is 91 units, of which 13 will be affordable and the other 78 will be workforce, and it is being paid for in part through the county bond funding.
Joan, can you tell us the difference between workforce and affordable again? I always forget.
Sure. Workforce is 120% or less of area median income, and workforce is usually between 120 and 140.
Affordable is 120 and 140?
Workforce is 120 to
You said
140.
workforce twice.
Affordable up to 120,
Affordable, sorry. Okay.
120 to 140 workforce.
So workforce is higher than affordable.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Closer to market, but not quite there.
Got it. Thank you.
Of course. Gulfstream Hotel, we took some pictures. They were putting in some windows, started some new construction. Obviously, renovations are underway. We were told that phase one is to open this spring. So hopefully that will come to fruition. These are pictures of some of our grants. We offer both facade, interior improvement, signage, and public infrastructure grants. We have a number of businesses, mostly on Dixie Highway. We have the Dominican Spot, which is a new Dominican restaurant. We have the Railroad Lady, the AC Lady over there on G Street, and there's some pictures of some other businesses that we've done. More grants. Both of these got facade and interior improvement. One is 1612 South Dixie, that's the new funeral home, and 406 Lucerne, that's the old pharmacy that will now be shared offices. More grants. We have the law office going in South Dixie. It's a 3-story building. We also helped pay for the renovation and rehabilitation of the upstairs of 704. It used to be just blank space, and now it has really beautiful offices up there. And finally, a local company, Project and Property, we're helping them to redo their building, again, South Dixie Highway.
That's great.
Path to College, as you know, we did a vanilla build out of 1213 a number of years ago with grant funding. We leased it to Path to College. They came in, and after a lot of different ideas, they came up with an actual change in use, which makes it a little bit more intense. So they hired the Hendricks brothers, and they're going to go in there and update the HVAC, the ductwork, fire sprinklers, actually adding an elevator. On the left lower side, you'll see the mural that they will be building on the inside. So more to come soon. Hopefully they'll be done in May of early next year. No. Not my night. Yes. Okay. New business openings. We had CU Boutique. Carews is actually expanding. Fantastic coffee. We had the juice place that opened on Lucerne. Heard today we also have a new jeweler and a new interior designer going in the downtown. So things are picking up. Thank goodness. Let's talk a little bit about marketing and Circuit. The latest numbers show there's about 84 requests a day. Peak demand at 5. Publix, Benny's, Lake Worth Towers are our main places to go to, followed by Tri-Rail. We're not just moving people around, we're actually saving emissions. So that's a great thing. Marketing, we decided to go with a marketing firm a couple weeks ago to help us obviously work with the city and try to market our city for more investment. To date, we've done the onboarding, we've done SWOT analysis, we did surveys. Thank you so much to the public. We got a really good response on that. Next up, we'll be talking about brand analysis. And then finally, on the right, we have some ads that we did, some by ourselves and some in conjunction with the city. And that is all I have tonight. Thank you.
Oh, God, good job.
Thank you very much. Really, our CRA is phenomenal. Recognized in the state as the best CRA. And I'm on the legislative committee, which regards the CRA, and one of our 2 policy decisions, that we're going forward to the legislature is to support the CRAs, to how important they are to a city like ours. And we support you completely. Thank you so much. And Day of the Dead was a blast. It always is. Okay. I'll put it on the website. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Segridge.
Sorry, I just had one quick comment. No, that's fine. No, you're fine. Just to recognize, 2 other businesses opening up. We had Pomona, who's been open for a while, but Off the Clock just opened up.
Yeah.
Right across from City Hall, and I know I believe they're applying for some signage grants or something, or going to try to do that. But excellent. But just to make people aware that they are open as well. You don't. No, they do ask that you make reservations. They are trying to keep things slow as not to overwhelm staff as they open up. They're probably planning on being fully open by February
Oh,
in terms of the upstairs and the downstairs, but great little lounge vibe and stuff
Mhm.
like that right across the street from here.
Should go
So
after work.
another great business to visit.
We should go after, years ago, like the commission would go out for drinks after the meetings. We just like go home.
That's because it's midnight.
Well, it's pretty late then too, I gotta tell you. All right. WGI parking program study update.
Madam Mayor, Commissioners, good evening. Stuart Sword, Leisure Services. I've got Carlos, the parking manager, and we have Mr. Ben Sands from WGI, who's the project lead, who will kind of drive us through this briefing. This is, we work closely with them. We've done the kickoff since they approved the project to do the downtown paid parking implementation. They've expanded the scope area, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Sands. Ben.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Commissioners and Mayor, for your time this evening. If you go ahead and advance the slides. Our first slide is going to focus in on the mapped area, and you're going to see a series of boxes here, but I think the main point that we were trying to give you here is this is the white box represents the entire study area. The blue box is that new area that you guys added in the last commission meeting where you approved the task order. And that's the expanded area where we're considering potential residential permit zones. And then these other small boxes on the right, the yellow, red, and pink. Yellow is the area that we're identified that will be modeling for the residential permit and the paid parking program in terms of understanding the expenses and revenues such a program might generate. The red is the paid parking area that we will be modeling, and that little pink area is just an area we've identified with Carlos and his team that might be an area of consideration for future parking management improvements, as we believe that implementing paid parking in the red area will inevitably force some users to potentially abuse the area in pink. If you go ahead and advance to the next slide. So our ongoing analysis is just a cross section of it, but these are the signs. We're looking at a consolidated sign package, ways to kind of reduce the on-street sign clutter and create kind of consolidated signs that could be not only implemented at the beach, but also taken into a downtown paid parking program as you roll that out. We're also looking at operational improvements. Just a short cross section here is a quick analysis of the change in cash acceptance that's occurred in the meters at the beach. Since 2018, you can see some pretty profound changes. So we're making some recommendations based on that data that's forthcoming from the city. And last image is just a pilot area that we've identified from our plate scans and operational analysis and the preceding parking study. This was the area that had the most concentrated parking demand. And so this was the natural area that was a good selection for a potential pilot for a way to roll out kind of a paid parking implementation and kind of a finite area as a component of an implementation plan. And next slide. And this is just our project schedule and progress. And in the next 90 days, you can expect to see a project web page going live and with educational information as well as downtown parking information. And we're looking to also create a comment section for responses and engagement with the public. We're going to be creating those revised parking sign concepts and consolidating the messages. We're going to have an internal stakeholder meeting. We're going to have an elongated planning session to talk about some of the strategies and policies that need to go into a residential and paid parking program for the downtown area. And we'll be continuing our review of the operational data to generate analysis and workforce capacity review. And what that means is essentially understanding how many enforcement agents are necessary to enforce the rules based on the timeframes that you're enforcing paid parking or time limited parking. And then also a peer city review will be coming forth. You should see me again towards the end or middle of March when I'll be back with an update on those tasks and a whole new list of new tasks that we're doing. And that was all I had. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have some thoughts about this. I mean, so is the suggestion to make J Street the only paid parking as a pilot project? The only paid parking area in the city? That little area that you had as a pilot project?
Yeah, well, I mean, best practices typically did dictate that you implement a small controlled area so you can monitor the results and the impact on parking demand as you roll out a parking fee program. So yes, this was an area where we noticed the most parking demand, where we had the most plate scans from Carlos's team. And it also incorporates a high demand surface lot. So this seemed like a great place where looking at fees and the implementation fees as a mechanism for the impact to parking demand, that this was an ideal area.
Okay, why would anybody park there if the rest of the city is free? I mean, I just thinking.
Agreed.
I mean, right?
Yes, we have not gone down this road very far. You know, we're really looking at the initial rollout in the entire area, and so it's more of kind of identifying all the signs and the processes necessary for rolling it out in that red box, which was shown in the initial slide.
Okay, another question. You go that the initial thing goes down to First Avenue South. Please, folks, really. First Avenue South.
Can you go back to the preceding slide, Stuart?
Yeah. There's a lot of residential between, you know, like I live on South Elstrom, just below there, but it won't affect me. But are there going to be are you considering having parking stickers for the residents that live there that they can park there with not paying?
That's right. The areas in yellow are the areas where we're initially considering those rollouts. But to be honest with you, the study is intended to consider those residential stickers for the whole white box.
Right. No, I understand that, but I'm just you're talking about the starting, you know, with the red box. And in general, one thing I have always said, and I don't know if the commission backs me up on this, but I think that no matter what kind of paid parking program the city adopts, I think we have to always keep in mind residential rates for our residents. So we have our downtown is strained right now. We have a lot of empty buildings. We have people that are, you know, struggling to stay open, some of the stores. And I don't want to hurt them any more than they're hurting right now.
Agreed. And that's
So
certainly a component of our.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. What?
That's certainly a component of our analysis, the equity component there, and the strategies towards rates.
Right. You know, maybe considering some hours of the day free for residents that they can go down and have lunch without paying, you know, that I really want an open conversation about the different things that we're going to have to look at in terms of the balance between getting revenue and not hurting our businesses and our local residents. I think that's just a general statement. And this, my understanding, we're building a garage on K Street. So this is all thought to go in before the garage is built.
To my understanding, yes. But it's still up for commission vote. This is really just about giving the city the knowledge to understand what's necessary to implement paid parking. And from there, then you guys would make that decision about whether in fact to do so.
Okay. I still love the J Street paid parking. Mr. McVoy, let's keep our Mr. McVoy secretary, let's keep our down to about 5 minutes because it's already 7 o'clock and we haven't had.
Okay. I'll have two questions and I'll have some comments first. This is pretty interesting. I have stated many times here that our whole approach with the city and WMOTA and the parking garage and paid parking downtown has been, let me be generous, misguided. The argument that the mayor just made that, wait a minute, guys, you're going to put paid parking on J Street and a little bit of some other street, and that's going to tell you something useful because everybody's going to go, well, that's paid parking. I'm not going to park there. I'm going to park over here. So it's going to tell you nothing useful. I asked when this study was funded, we are paying a consultant to set up paid parking. I asked when we looked at those contracts, I said, is the contract going to look at alternate ways to address parking demand, which was really only 2 nights a week in the evening that there was a problem. The rest of the time, there was plenty of parking. So does the study look at alternate ways to do it other than paid parking? And the answer was no, we don't want to look at that. Okay. I then asked, will this study do any sort of analysis of what this will do to downtown businesses? And does it include perhaps asking in some quantitative way whether downtown businesses think paid parking is a really good idea? I would bet you that I will be hard pressed to find a business owner downtown who says, you know what, my business is just going to boom if you charge for parking downtown. It is just going to boom because people love to come to Lake Worth, the only city that doesn't have paid parking. If you put paid parking in, we'll all come down here much more than we do now. It is demented. And I was told repeatedly by my illustrious colleagues that WMODA has nothing to do with the parking garage, or the parking garage has nothing to do with WMODA, and paid parking has nothing to do with the parking garage. And I asked the simple question, well, would people park in a paid parking garage if there's free parking downtown? And the answer was kind of like, well, no, probably not. So have we thought this through? Have we gathered the data that would be relevant? Like ask the business owners whether they think this is a good idea. Have we asked the analysis from other cities? Does this in fact make money for anybody? It probably might make some money for the city, but if it makes $100,000 a year out of a multi-million-dollar budget, that's sneeze. And it would have at least that negative impact on the businesses. So I am astounded that we are going these directions. Let me ask the question of the consultant, 2 questions. Will, as part of your work, is there any provision in there to ask businesses whether they think that paid parking will help their businesses? Yes or no?
There is a project webpage that allows for public comment, but no, there is no direct outreach included in our study. It has been a component of a conversation with the city management about adding a public forum towards the end of the study to review that and gather public sentiment. Okay, that doesn't sound very helpful to it. Simply a reasonable study. I'm not up on my 5 minutes, Madam Mayor. You don't want to say, all right, let's plan a paid parking. And then, oh, by the way, why don't we go ask the business owners if they think this is a good idea? That's demented. It just is. Second question for you. Will this work that you're planning, this phase of it or the next phase of it or whatever phases there are, will it include looking creatively or even not creatively at other options for parking that don't include paid parking, like looking at church parking lots, looking at underutilized parking lots, looking at ways to remove the barriers to make those accessible, whether it's figuring out how to help them with insurance or whatever the heck the barriers are? Will this study include anything in that effort in that direction?
Our original recommendation was a dynamic parking program that adapted to the occupancies on the ground, that included non-paid parking, time-limited parking that was enforced, and as occupancies grew, that you then implemented paid parking. Our occupancy reviews reflected that the occupancies were high enough to justify and support paid parking in our original studies and then in our follow-up studies. So that's where that basis for the paid parking came from. Now, as part of this study, one of the things that we are doing is we are taking the plate data from Carlos's team, and we'll be using that to look at what occupancies are currently to analyze whether that previous condition still exists in the downtown and whether that still is the case that it would support a downtown parking. It's important to note that our parking studies began in 2018 and have continued forward until today. So the original recommendation for paid parking was made in a 2018 parking study.
And then we followed up with supplemental studies and updates to that. And one of which was, I believe, 2 or 3 years ago, which was a solicitation of business input for downtown parking.
Okay, I think the short answer to my question is, are you looking for alternates in existing space? The answer is no. My third question is, I guess I don't think this is the question I had, but I'll ask it because it's related. One of the things, I'm very familiar with Donald Shoup. I'm very familiar with the cost of free parking. I'm very familiar with the arguments for paying for parking. They are not unreasonable. However, I think
Sorry, that's time, Commissioner.
it is worth pointing out that we are the only community for a long way around that has a downtown and that does not charge for parking. And any analysis of whether it's a good idea will help businesses.
Thank you, Mr. McVoy.
Should include looking at that.
Thank you, Mr. McVoy. Mr. Segrich?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Couple of things. One of my initial thoughts, and I asked Mr. Brown about this. This is a presentation on a significant body of work that we ordered, and this is the first time we're seeing it. I don't think it's appropriate for this to be presented in this format, because we never had a chance to look at this, ask questions of the consultants, have one-on-ones about what's going on. And from what I'm seeing, I would agree with a lot of the points Mr. McVoy is making. I am very critical of what I'm seeing. My short synopsis of what I'm seeing is, we're going to tell you how to do paid parking downtown and not explore any of the other stuff that we included, because it's all just sitting there in the white box, in the blue box, and absolutely nothing that has been said indicates that we are going to look at the individualistic needs of the neighborhoods for residential parking needs, the areas around our parks, which was added in, the area in the west side of the city, which has neighborhood and commercial parking challenges, density challenges. And from the answers provided to Mr. McVoy, I don't think our consultant is considering these. I'm very concerned that the next time we're going to hear from them is in March, after 90% of their work is done. And my worry is they're going to come back in March and say, see, look, paid parking downtown, here's how you do your signs. I did not think this body of work was to tell us what signage we should have for a paid parking program. That's after we say that one is necessary. And I don't think it's taking into account the garage that was voted on, right? So I'm very concerned that this is already off the rails. I would like to have discussions with the consultants and have it brought back. So I would ask consensus of my colleagues that we put a hold on this, have individual meetings with the consultants to make sure that we're all on the same page of what we thought we voted for. And then we have a discussion and then move forward to the next phase. Because this is absolutely not.
It's boilerplate.
This is a no-go for me. I won't waste everyone's time on it, but I agree with Mr. McVoy. I'm not willing to move forward with this at all, but I'm asking consensus of my colleagues to press the pause button and get this straightened out.
I'd like to hear from Ms. May before we do.
Yes,
May?
ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sands, for getting on the Zoom and giving us your presentation. I agree that it's not really what we asked for. And I was really under the assumption that we kind of talked about that we weren't going to put any paid parking in place until we had the garage, and that the garage was going to be a possibility would be that the garage would be free and the paid parking would be on the street, but we can't do that until we have the garage. The other thing is, I agree with the mayor. I don't believe that the residents should have to pay anything. I think only visitors should have to pay. So I think there's a lot of things in here that if we talk to, like Mr. Segrich said, if we meet with the consultants individually, which we have not done, I think we might be able to start to get a better idea of where we're looking to go with this because I don't think any of us is ready to say, okay, Monday morning, everybody's paying for parking. So, and we're not going to get support from the community, and we represent the community. So, yeah, so I think we need to put a pin in this and we need to go back and we need to discuss. I mean, we're either doing it or we're not, but we don't have to do it tomorrow. And I think we need a comprehensive plan, not a 2-block trial. Thanks.
Thank you. So,
I second Commissioner Segrich's motion.
well, it's consensus.
Oh,
It's
okay.
consensus. So
Well,
I think there is consensus that we need to meet with, number one, I mean, yeah, I mean, I think we're all a little taken aback by the timeline, by, it's sort of like a train that got started and now it's going and it's, we need to slow it down. The train left the station in Chicago. When will it meet in New York? So I think we're going to thank you for the presentation. You've heard our feedback. We need to keep working on this. And I think the first step is to meet with each commissioner and myself individually and talk about it because, yeah, I think there's a lot left. This really just feels like boilerplate stuff that, you've done traffic studies for other people and, and I don't mean to be insulting, but okay, so consensus, we have gone prattle on consensus to meet with individual commissioners, Mr.
and then
Brown.
Get back for a
Well, then,
joint
of course,
discussion.
bring it back.
Yeah, so since this has already been approved, the scope was part of the original presentation, everything was already in there. This is the first update. They're still laying out basically the groundwork on the process. When this comes back, after meeting with each one of you, because we're going to get 5 different things as we always do, what is the direction? Since we already have an approved scope that you guys said to move forward with, are we now going back to change what the process is and what we're going to be asking for? Because again, that is going to change the amount more than likely of what we have paid for.
And I think there's some interpretation as to what the scope was, and I don't have it in front of me, but.
It's all in black and white.
Well,
There's no
I don't have it in front of me, so
Okay.
I can't really refer to
But
it.
when you guys voted on this, that scope was part of that item. So
Yes.
so if we're going to have these 5 individual meetings, there is probably going to be different things that come out of that. If there are different things that are being asked for, that we're not going to have to go back again and get updated pricing for. So I just want to make sure everyone's clear that this might change the overall scope of the project and the overall cost. So-
Understood. Mr. Segrich?
I would disagree slightly that we're asking for something that's out of the scope. We were pretty clear in expanding the scope of the project and pretty clear in the reasonings why we were doing that. We were doing that to investigate the unique nature of individual neighborhoods and their parking needs. Look at the downtown. Look at the area to the west of our city. Look at that business corridor. Look at the residential underneath there. Look at the residential in and around our parks over by Bryant Park. All of that was part of the scope. Them coming back and basically giving us a blank update that says, we're going to do a parking study on J Street and the big red box is the downtown. That's the entirety of what we're going to focus on, is actually them not following the scope, not us. So, when a vendor doesn't follow the scope, I expect them to swallow some of that cost for getting it wrong. And in this case, I think they got it wrong.
Yeah, well, I mean,
They got off to the wrong foot.
Yeah,
And that's the reason we need a reset. Not that we're trying to add extra work to it, but apparently there was a lost in translation. But if they watched that meeting where we discussed this at length, I remember it, discussing it at length, a lot of these items were discussed and was, that's what we're going to be doing. That's what we're approving. So a reset, a good partner who we've given hundreds of thousands of dollars to over the years, possibly millions. I would hope that they come back to the table and say, you know what? Yeah, we got a little wrong. Let's have a reset. No problem. That one's on us. And if not, maybe we pick a different vendor.
Well, we'll have to see, cross that bridge when we come to it. So to keep the meeting going, we have consensus to have them meet with us and hear what we have to say before it comes back. And I think a large part of that, and I completely agree with Mr. McVoy, is talk to you got to talk to the people downtown we don't need to go into the histrionics of it, but yeah, the business people on Dixie and on downtown need to at least know that this is happening and have their input, ask their input. So, okay, let's move on. We have consensus thank you, sir. We're going to move on to presentation C, which is the Street Painting Festival update. When was it? What?
Thank you everyone for having us.
Is your microphone on? And there's people watching as well,
Okay.
so you have to be really
Perfect.
loud.
Thank you everyone for having us. Just to give you an update, we're 68 days away from street painting. We are very excited. I'm Sharon Hoffman from Sunfest,
Yeah.
and this is Dan Good, who you guys have met many times before. We just wanted to come tonight and give a little update where we were. If anyone has any questions, we can ask at the end. If you'd switch to the first slide. Okay. The artists, which everyone I know is kind of wanting to know where I'm sure we are with how many artists we have. Right now, we have 58 featured artists confirmed from 22 different states, which is a 25% increase as of now compared to last year. And then we are quickly approaching the deadlines for the local artist in the schools. That's December 19th, so a couple more days before that'll close. We've been working closely with the featured artist to work with them for the housing that we provide and kind of making sure they have all their questions answered. A lot of them are returning artists, and we also have some new ones this year. So that's kind of exciting to have some new people. We reached out to those featured artists that we've worked with for many years and asked them for referrals of people that they see at different events because they travel in that space. And we figured they were great people who we trust and we've worked with to kind of look for their input. Some event enhancements that we're pretty excited about. So we kind of last year, as you know, was the first year we worked on this, and it's a great event. And we tried to look with the input of the team here to say what are there anything we can do to make it a little better and enhance it and just give a little more creativity to it. So one of the areas we looked at, which is a great area for space for not just back of house stuff, but for the actual patrons at the event, is the area that we use for the artist check-in, which is Lucerne and J Street in that parking lot.
Mm.
And instead of using it for artist check-in and using it kind of for like back of the house stuff, we're going to open that up and make it we're going to call it the Hangout. And it's going to be a place where there will be music, there will be food, there will be beverage, and just a great place to have some interaction for the general patron, just to give us a little more space to spread out in. So that's one of the areas we're excited about because we think it's just going to be fun and a little different. And then the artist check-in will move a little bit more back a house, kind of west of that area, just to give it a little bit more, we can use that as back of the house type things. The next area that we're excited about is the Children's Meadow and the Art Yard, which is an area we all love in the Children's Meadow. One of our big concerns was always having it so close to the main road. And we have worked a lot with the Cultural Council, and as Sunfest, they've always been a partner of Discover with us. They have a great space in the back of their building, which is their yard.
Mhm.
And they have always wanted to activate it a little bit more, but the challenge has been getting people back there. So we've talked to them and have met with them many times. We're still fine tuning some details with them, but we are moving forward in moving the Children's Meadow on Lake and L Street and having that whole street be the activation a little bit more away from the main traffic of the street.
Right.
And then it would flow into the Art Yard, which is the yard behind the Cultural Council. And the Cultural Council has been really supportive of that. And we are working on a plan to do some family activations back there with some of their cultural partners, as well as potentially having that space open to local artisans to be able to sell their craft or handmade items. we are going to ask the Cultural Council they have a huge list of artists that they work with already that are all local artists. So we're working on getting an application ready to have spaces available. It's not a huge space, so we're not going to have a lot of spaces, but it's a great way to kick that off and be a little bit selective of who we pick back there to go in there for kind of the arts and crafts feel. And the Cultural Council is also going to help us with that. So those are two of the big enhancement areas as far as changes and new spots that we can talk about. We want to talk about this on social media and different marketing that we do on the website. So those are two new areas that we're excited about.
Can we stop for questions there?
of
Okay,
course.
Ms. May?
I just have two questions. One was going back to the housing, because I don't know how that works.
Okay.
Can the citizens, like, when you get like, I don't know, foreign exchange students come in, they can stay at your house. Can citizens do that? Like offer their homes?
Are you
I
in
am.
your house? Well, we right now have booked a lot of it through VRBO because
Okay.
we're using all local houses and
Right.
housing, and it's been great. And everyone has hosted us really well. I can get your
How does the pay go? Like you guys pay for the artists to stay?
only the featured artists. So it's a
Okay.
small group. It's not every artist. It's all the featured artists that come from over a driving distance. So like if it's more than 2 hours to drive for the day, we're going to put them up.
Okay.
If it's a closer distance, we're asking them to drive and they get a stipend, for some of that.
Okay.
But-
Just something to think about. I mean, there might be other residents
It's
besides
great
myself
because-
who's thinking, well, it's 2 days and they're
Yeah.
artists and that would be
And I
nice.
would love to get your information. If right now we think we're okay, but we're still waiting on some people to confirm. So that would be great. But
Sure.
we wanted to bring up too, that it is all Lake Worth homes, the city
Right.
of Lake Worth Beach homes that people are staying in. So great for that downtown economy and those citizens that, live
I happen to live in Lake Worth Beach.
I love it. We love
And
it.
she has spare room. I would
Okay.
offer my house, but we have no room.
And a lot of the artists stay together. So
Right.
a lot of them know each other. So we can have them room together,
That's
so to
cool.
speak, which is
All right.
nice.
I'm just thinking, no.
No,
And
I
the
love
other
it.
thing is, with the artists behind with the Cultural Council, it would be kind of cool if maybe the focus was on if they're selling stuff like kid stuff. Because if you're a parent, you're bringing your kid
Yeah,
back
and
there.
that's why we're making it more a little
Selective.
bit juried, so it's going to select.
Yeah.
Do you remember how many booths it's like less than 20 booths that we
Right.
can have back there, and then the
Family friendly stuff would
Correct.
make sense.
exactly, and the Cultural Council, we've also asked them to reach out to some of their partners for some space to do some hands-on activities.
There you go.
So it's going to be a mix of that.
Okay. That's awesome. Thank
Yeah.
you.
I just have a couple questions on, so the children's actual garden where they'll be painting is on, or drawing, is on L Street itself,
So it would be L and just at that corner where it goes down towards
towards
the yard.
Right, okay.
Correct.
Okay, so, because there's not a lot, the yard itself is not a lot of chalk, it's
Yeah,
mostly
It
grass.
wouldn't be chalk space in the
Okay,
yard.
that
It
was
would
just
just be
curious.
on the actual street.
And will there be a lot of our funding for our schools has been cut recently, like the band, the arts and stuff. And I'm just wondering, I don't remember if there's any opportunities for fundraising for the Sunfest, Sunfest. Ooh. The Lake Worth Band used to do the liquor at Sunfest. That was $15,000. They lost that and they're losing funding from the state as well. Is there any kind of thought about fundraising for the kids?
So we've already communicated with the ROTC that we used last year.
Right.
So that would be one of them. And then our food concessionaire, we're working through that too with the band.
With the band specifically? Okay. All right, great. Thank you. Because that's, again, there's
And
the
of course,
kids
if
are,
any other opportunities come up, we would reach out. There's only so much that we can do. The ROTC honestly provides us
they're amazing.
a
Yeah.
huge amount of kids, and they are amazing. They're focused. They get the
Mhm.
job done. And it's great that that they're here and they're hard workers, and it's good community service for them.
Are we going to be selling t-shirts this year?
We are.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay,
We
great.
just had that discussion. It's already.
And we always had volunteer t-shirts too.
We are.
Mr. McVoy.
What was the abbreviation that ended in TC that you just used?
ROTC.
Okay. You might also, with the high school and fundraising, there's a group, Latinos in Action, that is very active in the community. They've brought in artists as well. Do you think they might, I don't know whether they would be interested in helping with fundraising, but I would guess they would.
We can reach out. We
Yeah,
can get
and
your
I can
contact.
give you a contact
That'd be
for
great.
that. I did have one other question. It's something I've brought up before. I believe it's happened sort of spontaneously at least once and possibly, yeah, I'm seeing some nodding. The L Street reminded me on L Street, north of Lake Avenue, you're talking about south of Lake Avenue. On L Street, the first block north, the Cafe Tikkun, which is on the west side of that, in that area, brought in under their own nickel a DJ, and that turned into a spontaneous
Street party.
street party, Latin dancing, not just Latin folks dancing, all sorts of different people did. And it was very active this past year. I remember raising, maybe with Tiana, could we perhaps help them out a little bit so the full burden of bringing the DJ isn't 100% on them?
We can meet with them.
Okay.
Dan, I think Dan already has a contact there, right?
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
And
Okay.
The only other thing is I have an update on sponsorship.
Yep.
Our sponsorship package is up on the website. There's a link on the website with the complete deck there. We have actively been reaching out to sponsors from last year. We've already gotten some commitments. We're actively reaching out to people who are connected with Sunfest, the Lake Worth group of people who maybe we haven't heard from in a while. What we did was we inventoried all the plaques that were in storage. And we are trying to kind of connect those plaques with people so we can make sure they have the information to, because some of those people we might have lost touch with, or there might be a different person at the business, but there's a lot of plaques and a lot of names that are good potential people for either, business promotion, sponsorship. So we're actively promoting sponsorship.
I'm glad you mentioned that because I forgot about that. For 20 odd years since this began, I've been sponsoring, and you have the plaque with your name. And the past, that's kind of fallen by the wayside. Individual. I didn't get a letter last year. Will you support? Because and it's a chunk of money to do it. So I would like to see that come back, which is individual sponsors, and then have the plaques. A lot of them are still around.
And that is in the sponsorship proposal as an artist sponsor plaque. It's in there as an option to do.
I don't understand.
So you can pick that as one of the opportunities in the sponsor deck. We don't have it in here, but it is, if you look at the sponsor deck there, which is on the website, there's an art supporter for which is the plaque, company name on plaque located at a local artist or school piece. And the investment is $500.
500.
Yes.
It's gone up.
That's what we actually had many
have
of
to
them
raise
at
my
500
rates.
last year.
Yeah, and it was 350, which was a little easier to swallow. 500 is kind of a big chunk. There were always a couple levels. Yeah, if we could look at that, because 500 is, especially for some small business wants their name out on their thing as advertising.
We can look at it.
Yeah,
We'll
that would
look
be
at it.
great. Okay, Mr. Segridge.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I think it was reduced down to like 250 or 350
Something.
for local businesses or residences if they
Right.
wanted to do that. And I know a number of people that took advantage of it. And if we've got spots, well,
Would you like
why
that to
not?
be a resident perk? Like,
It was like,
I mean, we have
I
the
believe
lower
it was like,
prices
it
like
was
the
resident
lower
or
for resident, yeah.
Yeah. I think that's what you did last year.
Right.
that's what I meant, local
Yeah.
businesses,
Right.
Lake Worth business.
And every year we would get a photograph of our spot
Yeah.
with our name tag on it. And
no, you can join for 250, but if you want the photo.
take my own damn picture. No, but it was a nice perk that you, I have this list,
I can find your photo from last year, I'm sure, in all the.
I don't know if they were.
Make sure you
what
got
they
it.
even
I
take.
thought you would have got it already, so we.
I don't know, but it was funny because I always had, during a few years ago, for the 2 or 3 years, I got the Obamas. I don't know what that happened. every year I got the
Yours
Obamas.
was a beautiful lady.
That's right. Last year was oh yeah, it was gorgeous. Okay. All right. So any other questions,
Yeah.
Mr. Segridge?
So in terms of vending, like food vending and drinks, alcohol out in front of the local businesses, have they been afforded an opportunity to have that tent out in front of their local business? Because that's been a point of contention for a long time.
So we did meet with them, the
Lula.
I'm sorry, can you speak into a mic?
Yeah, he's moving.
So we did meet with a lot of the Lula businesses. and talked about just placement. And like Sharon said, last year was new for us. We learned a lot. It doesn't benefit us to be right next to, on that corner where Dave's is, and there's 3 or 4, the brigade is right there, everybody. So we'll be more strategic in placing, in placement. of those.
Can they put a
So-
tent out in front of their own business, I think? is the
Yes.
question.
They can, but correct me if I'm wrong, it's either, it's an application they have to go through or.
Stuart Sword, Leisure Services. Yeah, so the parcel lines often shift, right, based on the property line. So if you wanted to push out and your parcel line didn't permit, that's why you see some of the tables from the brigade or leaves. If you want to push out, they just do an application to have essentially a street vendor.
But I would say too, it hasn't been out in the street. It's been right adjacent to there.
Well, not.
Yeah, I mean, we've been
not
through this for
just
25
beyond the
years.
Parcel line. Oftentimes the parcel line may end on the sidewalk. That's why you see Lilo's tables out further than you may see Pomona. So if they want to push out and have essentially a sidewalk bar, they just need to apply to do that. We've communicated that with them.
They have to apply to do that?
So,
Special permit,
so they would need
A permit from us?
correct?
a special permit, but the vendors that we're bringing in from the outside don't need a special permit? Or is that one company that's doing all the vending?
Yeah, it's been through us. So that's part of our agreement with the city. So
Okay, so you guys are doing all the vending.
we either do, as far as last year, we did the all the alcohol, and then we had a food concessionaire that did beverage and water, and then food as well. So
And so Stuart, the application for kind of the street permit, what does that cost them? Is it by square footage? Is it
I
like,
believe it's a flat rate. I think it's like a $35 application fee. You just apply
Okay.
for the permit.
okay.
All right, it's good. That's
Can-
doable.
Correct.
Can
Just
can
one
we
square.
make sure that all the businesses
Well,
get
he's
some
gonna do that.
indication?
I'm sure he will.
That
Yeah,
they-
we
that
met
this is
with,
an option.
we've communicated with the BAB Business Advisory Board. We've gone, we did a downtown business owner meeting, which Lilo's hosted, and we disseminated that, but we'll continue to.
Yeah, because we don't want the
that.
businesses to be hurt by
No,
street
no,
painting.
understood. And oftentimes we go by and engage with them and talk with them directly.
Anything
And
else? Mr. Sandridge?
The last question was last street painting. I know that a lot of the official vehicles and so on decided to use private property for their parking without permission. They just kind of commandeered a lot. And then for years, a number of the businesses that do rely on people coming in and parking, have complained, those that pay for valet parking permits and so on. Has there been any thought to that this year about either have
Where were they?
specifically in the Wells Fargo
Okay.
building? They took that whole thing over, and that was not city property, and they did not coordinate with the owner.
Well, we can always ask the owner to coordinate. New owner since then, I think.
No.
Same, he bought that?
Mhm.
We'll have a chat
Um,
with him.
But just wondering if any of that coordination or any thought was given to zones where people could be dropped off,
Mm.
kind of, or dropped or valet their car, kind of thing, for those businesses that do.
And
have-
maybe those businesses could charge, to use the
Yeah.
lot.
Mhm.
yeah, I mean, we did coordinate with a few, like PNC was one that we coordinated with
Right.
for different vendors and different parking for them, but not specific to certain businesses. I can't remember the restaurant. There was a restaurant that had a
Yeah,
valet
there-
issue that.
There's six, I believe, 6 active
was fun.
valet permits or 5 active valet permits in the city. Paradiso,
They get 2 spaces.
Oceano, the Playhouse. It actually might only be 4 at this point. But maybe coordinating with them to just kind of see if there's anything that can be done, because what ended up happening is they set up their own illegal sections of drop off, and
We
then
dealt with it.
yeah. So
And the
if
theater just-
it's coordinated, we can resolve the problem ahead of time.
Yeah, I totally agree. And that was, some of those were surprises, and that was part of the whole meeting.
Learning.
With a lot of the downtown businesses. And,
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, we can definitely look at.
So I know Jamie could provide you with the names of those businesses, and if they could just receive a phone call and they want to coordinate with you guys, great. If they don't, that's on them, but I think they would appreciate that. Then we could avoid some of the troubles.
Thank you so much. We're looking for, I can't believe they were like, I'm like, oh,
68
Sunfest, you're talking about Latin. No, it's coming up. It's going to be.
So on behalf of Dan and I like to thank Stu and his team and everyone and parking and just everyone that works with us. And, and we know Tiana's on medical leave, but everybody has been very supportive of us and we thank you.
Great. We have a great
So
team.
we look forward to a great event.
Thank you. Looking
Thank
forward to it. And the weather's going to be perfect because I
Yeah.
ordered it. Thank you so
Mayor
much.
is arranging that.
It's one of my jobs.
Yeah.
I did pretty good for this parade.
Good.
You weren't there, but it was good. Okay. I we're gonna take a comfort break. We'll be right back. Madam Clerk, we're gonna take a little quick comfort break. Just come back quick.
Thank you.
Anthony,
I know we're,
I'm leaving this in front of me, so I know that I've already finished it all.
Madam Mayor,
yes, ma'am.
it is 7:59. Are we reconvening?
Yes, we'd like to get started again, and I want to bring something up before we, start.
If I were in charge, you could.
And everybody's gonna ask for special favors. What, do you have someplace to go more important than here? All right, give me,
6 minutes.
oh, Jesus.
Yell at us. I can't handle what you're saying.
Barbara who? Oh, well, it's only, all right, so that's what you want?
Yes.
And who's first? After who? Oh, God. Okay. No, she's not the first one, but that's okay. Well, there's a couple of people before her. Okay, it has been brought to my attention that we have unfinished business A, agreement for the purchase and sale of electric energy and capacity between the city and the FMPA.
Motion approved.
Well, thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
We'd like, they're here. They came all the way here. They'd like to say something. They have a train to get back on. So come on up. Turn that on and speak into it and name and who you are.
Okay, Jacob Williams, the general manager and CEO for Florida Power Agency out of Orlando, Florida. Thank you, Ms. Mayor and the commissioners. We're delighted. You all are part of us. You're one of our owners. We're here to serve you, and we're delighted that we have the opportunity to provide power to you for the next 7 years. That's part of our mission, and Ed and Brian do a good job of making sure we stay on mission all the time. So we're delighted, and we're 2 weeks away from starting that service. And so Chris Gouter, who you've seen quite a bit, and our team is getting everything transferred over. And so we're delighted.
Well, we're delighted to have you. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank
All
you.
right, get on that train. Okay, thank you so much. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Its motion is approved. Okay. What? Yeah, unfinished day is finished. You're more than welcome. Unfinished,
You don't get.
yeah.
You don't get to leave. You got
We'll
some
pay you by
cedar
now.
table and you've got.
Yeah, okay.
No, you.
Okay,
you didn't. You didn't harm.
okey doke. All right. Thank you. Now we have public participation of non-agenda items and the consent agenda, and I'm just gonna start I'm gonna read your name and then the person next to get you on deck. So the first one up is Susan MD. Turn the microphone and speak right into it if you would.
No.
No, no, but keep it close to you. Up close.
Say that I would like to support.
You really need to speak. Folks, we got it. It's an ugly crowd.
Gun stick.
Just speak right into the microphone.
Yes, I would like to support the letter that came from the.
I'm sorry.
We really need
Name
to
and
speak,
address for
ma'am.
the record. And is the mic on?
Yeah, it is on. You need to do, you're a soft-spoken woman. Get right an inch away from it.
My name is Susan MD. I'm here speaking right now just to say that I support the letter that came from the Lake Worth Democratic Club. I find it extremely important that we speak up. I have spent most of my life, adult life, living in Europe. I have a lot of friends especially in Germany, in England, and in Spain. And I receive requests from them all the time. Is what we are seeing in the news really going on in the United States? Do you really see anything like that? I have to write back and answer back, call back and say, yes, in our little town, we are experiencing things that we never thought would be possible, that we could not imagine.
especially from German friends, and I have family there. My son still lives over there. They say, speak up now. And it reminds me of things that I heard from my mother-in-law, because I was married to a German at one time. It's really our obligation. to
And I
speak
think
up
every
now.
person that comes and speaks in this also has the obligation. If we, I don't like the word obligation. Every individual has a voice,
Yes.
not just looking to us, but every individual has a
Yes,
voice.
yes.
Thank you. Okay, Irene Katz.
Thank you
Thank
for
you, ma'am.
coming.
Thank you very much. All right, folks, we would like to go home. Oh, fine. Irene Katz, followed by Giovanna Timor.
Irene Katz.
All right, folks, you really please
yeah,
stop talking.
No,
No, the
Oh.
chatters, yeah.
stop.
No, go ahead.
You're right. Oh, okay. Irene Katz, 418 North Federal Highway, Unit 28. Yeah, this is an emotional subject, certainly for all of us here. But I did read about the workshop that was held the other day, and Betty, Madam Mayor, I was really saddened when I read that you were upset about getting backlash after sharing a social media post about ice in Boynton Beach. But I was really overjoyed tonight to hear you kind of have a shift in consciousness and seeing that you disagree. Pardon me?
We don't address.
Oh, but you did. So, well, anyway, a shift in consciousness regarding speaking out about the immigrant crisis in this town. I really felt terrific about it. Also, another issue that was brought up was there was that signs are a code violation in this town. That was referencing, I think, the signs that people put up about where people were arrested or kidnapped or whatever. And the thing is that it kind of is strange that people were upset about being, these signs being put up in direct violation of a code. However, throughout this town, there are tons of signs up all over the place. Sugar is still missing, and Sugar's owner's phone number and address is right there. So certainly if the code compliance people want to address that and collect a violation amount of money, they could do that. Grace, the cat, is still missing. There is a lot of collections going on for pets. Those signs are up all over. There's a new cafe in town that may be gluten-free. I'm not really sure. I didn't understand, but all these signs all over the place. Nobody seems upset about them. I doubt very much that we collect the money for these violations, but people's names and addresses are there. Their phone numbers are there. If we really don't like signs going up, maybe we should look at, collecting money for those signs too. I don't personally mind kitty cat signs up. And if you're going to send this letter to anybody, I think it's important. I think words do matter. I think words matter very, very much. Through the history of time, we've all been affected by words.
Thank you, that's time.
Thank you.
Ms. Timor, followed by John Cole.
Good evening. My name is Giovanna Dominguez Timor. I live at 301 8th Avenue North along with my daughter. This is my daughter, Bella. She's here because she witnessed an ICE raid on her way to Dreyfus School of the Arts where she works. And she was much affected by it. I listened to you, Mayor, with your sort of lukewarm draft, and I'm glad that you finally came around. You sounded like you were wondering what you could all do. What you could all do is what was done by Mr. McVoy on the first day that we heard about the ICE raids. He spoke up from day one. Each of us, and I mean each of us in the United States, needs to open our mouths and speak out against dictatorships or wannabe dictators. This is the darkest this country has ever been. I've been here since 1967. I came here with my mother and my 3 sisters. My father was left in a dungeon in Cuba, taken because he rebelled against a dictatorship. And he served 20 years in prison. 20 years. Now, this country was the beacon of light. Now it's descending into the maelstrom. We have an administration that is nothing but hate and rage. And you'd have to live under a rock as a group that is supposed to lead a city. You'd have to live under a rock not to realize, not to see TV. I know you are all on TV. You all know the news. We all watch the news. We all have social media, and we know what's going on. We know the words that are coming out of that creature in the White House, in our White House. We know. So don't pretend that, oh, I don't know what we could do. You could do what the mayor in New York City is doing, what the LA mayor is doing, what the Minnesota St. Paul is doing for the Somali people, what Michelle Wu in Boston, Massachusetts is doing, what Key West, which is a little town, what their commission did. They voted to void their 287. I don't know if you know that. Deputy Mayor in Sunrise, what she did, LRN just put out that the Charlotte mayor went on ABC News. I saw him on ABC News speaking against what was going on in Charlotte. Chicago's mayor spoke out in the news. I saw him in the news. Orange County commissioners in Florida have spoken out. Not all of them. And then they got pushback and they withdrew because of the pushback. But so what? Speak out. Let everybody know this is your responsibility, just as is my responsibility. I have to set an example for my children because I don't want them to grow up in a dictatorship or to see this country descend into a dictatorship, which is what's
Thank you,
happening
that's
right now.
time.
Thank you.
Donna Kerner, followed by Noam Brown.
Hi, Donna Kerner, 1012 North J Street in our fair city, Lake Worth Beach. Good evening, commissioners. I urge the commission to speak out and take action against ICE detentions, arrests, and deportations in response to my, and I'm not going to get snarky, but I do want to say, in response to my repeated appeals, I've been told we're afraid of DeSantis, we're afraid of losing our jobs, we're afraid of losing our funding, there's nothing we can do. What about using your elected positions and megaphone to represent the 48% of your constituents who are Latino and are at physical, emotional, and financial risk every day? People in our community are being chased and rounded up by masked agents who refuse to identify themselves. The majority of people who are being arrested have no criminal records. They are hardworking people who are raising their families, contributing to our local economy. What's going on is an operation of intimidation and cruelty. It is not a targeted campaign of going after violent criminals. There are mayors in Florida and across the U.S. who are taking a stand. Eileen Higgins, the new mayor of Miami, announced that local police will stop cooperating with ICE. She's made it clear that federal rhetoric surrounding immigrants will not define her administration. Charlotte Mayor Pro Tem Dante Anderson is speaking out against ICE arrests and immigration crackdowns in her city. She said Border Patrol is racially profiling people who are predominantly Latino, stopping people on the street, accosting them, pulling people out of work. Community members are fearful. They don't want to take their kids to school, to the grocery store, to the doctor's office. It's hurting our economies, small business and families, she said. Does that sound familiar? It's here. It is very much here. And this is from the letter that I sent on behalf of the Lakewood Democratic Club. So I just want to get it on the record that we're extremely concerned about the escalating raids by FHP and ICE Border Patrol in our city. Evidence shows the vast majority of these people being targeted have no criminal convictions. Rather than making our community safer from violent criminals, these raids interfere with PBSO's ability to combat violent crime. we urge the commission to formally request that from FHP and ICE Border Patrol that only individuals convicted of FBI Part 1 crimes be apprehended, all apprehending and supporting officers be unmasked, the use of unmarked vehicles is not permitted, all apprehending and supporting officers be identified as to agency, officer's name, badge number, and that this is clearly legible from 30 feet distance. FHP, ICE, Border Patrol, PBSO, and any other law enforcement agency operating in our city needs to provide the commission on a bi-weekly basis with a list of all individuals apprehended within the city, including their name, date of birth, nationality, occupation, address, whether a spouse or children are present in the U.S., whether any family members are U.S. citizens, all charges against the individual, copy of any warrant for their arrest, and whether the individual has been offered the opportunity to post bond. Thank you for your attention and hope for action.
Thank you. Noam Brown, followed by Peggy Fisher. No, I don't see Noam either. Peggy
He was
Fisher.
here earlier.
Hey, maybe he left. If he comes back, we'll have him.
Peggy Fish,
It was on.
Peggy Fish, Fisher, 508 North A Street. I would just like to ask that we pay attention at the beginning of our meeting to the time being taken up. We really didn't start business until we got to the FMPA item at about 8 o'clock. The other thing I would provide to each of you, the director, head of FHP, is someone who's well known in Palm Beach County. His name is Dave Kerner. So all of you who have been in government and have any connection to government would know Dave Kerner. And there's a start for you to start with in terms of who to contact. I don't know who to tell you to contact as far as ICE and everything else, but that is the head other than Ron Santos, Governor Santos, for FHP. I think that's speaking up and doing what you can behind the scenes is what we can do. There's a lot of things we can't do, but we can each individually speak up. But to put people down, we shouldn't put people down that don't speak up in the way we think they should or how they should. Everyone does it their own way, and we need to respect that too. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave's father was Marty Kerner, a police officer right here in Lake Worth. Okay, up next is Lori Whitkin, followed by Kim Stokes, followed by Barbara Eriv. If I said what? She left? Okay. Get her off.
Excuse me, Lori Whitkin, North Lakeside Drive. I'm here also to agree with basically what most of the other people have said before. And to me, nothing is more important than human rights, and also the rule of law is important, but the real rule of law, not what's been going on the streets with ICE, which they don't seem to be following at all. And I think we do need to take a stand, and we need to protect the people of this town. And you can't just appease people who are doing the wrong thing. It never works. And I think, I know you're all worried about grants and all sorts of stuff like that, but that's not as important as what's happening to these people. And don't think it's just going to stop with these people. This is a serious ongoing human rights issue. It's racist. It's apparently the Supreme Court has told them they can do this, which is totally outrageous. And the things I see happening, it's just heartbreaking. And I do think that as elected officials, you really have you do have a right to speak up. And there are, as the other people have mentioned, there are other mayors and governors who are saying, no, ICE can't come in here and do that. And I don't see why you guys can't do that also. And I want to especially thank Commissioner McVoy, who's been brave and stood up to this. And I think you all have it in you too to do that if you choose to do so. And I just don't want to see the people in my city, my fellow residents, treated like this. And I do hope that there is something that you will do. And a letter's nice, but I think it has to go further than that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kim Stokes. Kim, followed by Jill Carlin.
Kim Stokes, 1321 North L Street. Good evening, Commission. Just want to let you know the President, the Governor, ICE, they have no plans to stop abducting our neighbors off the street anytime soon. So I appreciate the suggestion of a letter, but I think you need help from staff and from your lawyers. They can let you know what actions you can actually take that might have some impact, not toss something out that you already think is doomed to fail. Commissioner McVoy has a moral compass that guides him in how he acts as a commissioner. He's never wavered in his support for all people living in Lake Worth Beach. Please support his efforts in getting data and speaking out against the abuses that we're all seeing and know are happening in this town. From what I've seen, Commissioner Sagrick shows no concern for how immigrants in our community are treated. He successfully led the push to stop flying the Haitian flag at City Hall, equating it to an ICE flag. When residents raised concerns about an excessive law enforcement response to search for someone whose only crime was evading ICE, he congratulated the officers on a job well done. He is not pretending to care that much, so I don't really have a reason to appeal to him. My message is more for Mayor Resch, Commissioner May, and Commissioner Malega. The three of you seem to struggle to decide which side you're on, as if this were an issue where a middle ground exists between those who tolerate or even enjoy cruel and unjust treatment of immigrants and those who are appalled by it. There is no middle ground. Each one of you have made a comment here or there that makes it seem like you agree that what is happening isn't right, is sad, or heartbreaking. Yet you refuse to use your position to do anything meaningful about it and have successfully stopped Commissioner McVoy from being able to ask staff, including your lawyers, to look into what is possible, not throwing your hands up and saying, can we do? You have people on your staff that can tell you that. But when it comes to regulating stores in our downtown, you're so impassioned. You're mad about the state's overreach. You won't take no for an answer. You demand staff to find ways to get to yes. Where is that passion for the families that are being torn apart on your watch? I ask that you make this issue your number one priority with the city manager's office. You all said that public health and safety will always be number one. So important, it doesn't need to be on a list. Maybe what you didn't say is you're only concerned with the health and safety of people with privilege. Hundreds of individuals and their families are being terrorized in your town. You refuse to dedicate even 1 hour of staff time into looking into the issue. Please have your city attorneys, not law enforcement, tell you what your options are for regulating the activities that are happening in your town. They can look at recent cases within the state of Florida and across the country. They can tell you what your options are for pushing back. At a bare minimum, get the data, then make statements to the press to raise awareness about what is happening. Combat misinformation that ICE is only going after criminals, when in fact, they're scooping people up on their way to work who are just trying to support their families. Our tax dollars fund your trips to Tallahassee and the League of City events that you use to network with other elected officials. You tell us it's helping the city. Well, I'd like to see a return on our investment. The League of Cities should stand firmly with municipalities that local control and oversight over immigration rates happening within their boundaries. Please do more. We're all asking for your leadership. Yes, we can all speak out, and we are. You chose to serve. Please do so.
Thank you. Jill Carlin, followed by Richard Stowe.
Good evening, Jill Carlin, 2381 Sunset Avenue, number 205. Thank you, Chris. And I'm always appalled, Betty, Mayor, Madam Mayor, about how you put Commissioner McVoy down as he starts to talk. Tonight, in regards to the ICE issue, he suggested a data collection. You put him down before he got the words out. When Donna Kerner spoke, she spoke about it. Everybody has spoken about it. He has very good solutions. Stop putting him down while he's speaking. It's rude. It's disgusting. It's disgraceful as a mayor. I'm appalled. That is not what I came here to speak about. I came to speak about a transportation system, the thing I always speak about. There's no need for parking. There's no need for paid parking. There's no need for garages. What we need to do is adopt a really good transportation system. I just was artist in Art Basel for a week in Miami. The transportation system in Miami Beach is disgraceful. It's horrific. It's coming this way. I was a week down there. It is impossible to move. We cannot afford to do that. We need to adopt a gondola. We need to adopt alternative transportation system. 5 years ago, I stood in front of you. I gave you an awesome plan. It's time to adopt it. Just adopt a really good transportation system. There is no need for any paid parking. There is no need for garages. We have a transportation idea where we put a gondola that goes from the beach right to the Tri-Rail, right to the State College. A direct line. I have the oldest gondola company in the world that was behind me when I presented this to you. It is brilliant. It will work. There will be no need for any public parking garages or any paid parking on the streets. Our residents do not deserve that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Richard Stowe, followed by Ginny Powell. Did Richard leave?
I think he did.
Oh,
I was saying something about his bike.
taken charge.
Um, Jenny Powell, 224 North Palm Way. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I agree with a lot of the other speakers on the immigration issue. I think it's a start, this draft letter, and I think it is. I know a lot of times we all feel like nobody's listening to us, and maybe we're not going to get anywhere when we stand in front of you or other places. It still matters. It still matters, and maybe you keep chipping away at it. Maybe we're making a little progress. I think it's a step in the right direction, and I think the Democratic Club has come out with a list of things that are very reasonable. And I want to make a comment as a single female, but it applies to men too. When this talks about unmarked vehicles are not permitted, all apprehending and supporting officers be identified. As a single female, I think any safety class that I've ever been to is you do not pull over or open the door for somebody who's calling themselves a law enforcement officer. If you're in your car, you drive to the next well-lit location where there are people. I mean, that is just basic common sense. So I don't know why this is acceptable here. It just is lunacy. Let's see. My original notes kind of went out the door. Also a comment on the issue of being concerned that we might lose funding. I think maybe it's a legitimate concern, but honestly, that's extortion. That's against the law. So I hope that that is not going to stop you from doing anything that's on this list. So we've given you a list, and now you need to act. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Kohlmeyer, followed by Susan Ona.
Catherine Kohlmeyer, 503 First Avenue South. I wish I could put things the way Kim Stokes does. She really got across, I don't know if I could say more than that. I thoroughly support what most people have said. I went to the ICE website the other day, and on that website, there were examples of people that they had picked up to deport. One was a Ukrainian. There were 6 pictures they had. One was a Ukrainian. I think the other 5 were Cuban, according to the information. They had all been convicted of child abuse. And that was the only examples on the site of people that were being targeted by this current immigration enforcement. And that is giving a really different story and a different narrative to what is happening in our town. And that's where I think that gathering data, as Commissioner Segwich said, good data, we need good data. If you have the data, how many people that came from Lake Worth that were taken had any criminal record? I mean, I think we've all heard very few, if any. And overall, nationally, very few. 75% of people apparently do not have criminal records. So they've been stopped for a tail light or for being brown and small, something like that. And so if you have that data, that has an impact. You can then help people understand the narrative on the ICE website isn't the whole true narrative. It's very distorting, and it will make you afraid if you look at that website. I don't want people here, who kind of look like heavies and abuse children and have been convicted of sexually abusing children. That's what it makes us think. It makes us afraid. But you can do something to correct that information. You could collect your data and have a press conference, issue information. At the Friday meeting, Commissioner Malega said that she thought it was on the city to inform the residents that PBSO are not leading the charge in this immigration action, that they're, they had to sign 287G apparently, but they're not really participating very much. And you all seem to agree on that, and how important it was for the residents to understand that, so that the residents could trust PBSO. I'm not sure I would still trust a police officer if I was small and brown, because if they have to do what ICE tells them to do, then maybe they don't have a choice. But nevertheless, you felt it was important to get that information out to the public so that they would trust PBSO. Well, maybe you should get the information out to the public that the people who are being detained here in our city are not criminals. They're
Thank you
people
this
like,
time.
thank you.
Thank you
Have
very
more
much.
to say?
No, it's horrible. Susan Ona? Susan, you are last up. The big finish. Yeah, so the big finish.
Okay, I was going to speak more on my long list here, but things changed since the meeting began tonight. My name is Susan Ona, and I'm from 826 North Palmway. And let me just say a few words that I had prepared. I'm here today to express my support for the Democratic Club and for their request that local law enforcement provide clear identification, explanation, and documentation regarding how and why local residents, particularly immigrants, are being apprehended. In fact, Palm Beach County has the highest immigrant arrests in the whole state of Florida, more than any other county, way beyond. Some may turn away and say that these individuals are not citizens, that they came here unlawfully, and therefore this is not in the best interest of our city. We can't afford to take a stand that might jeopardize our funding, but we can speak up. And I'm very glad, Mayor, I applaud you for making that intent today, difficult as it may be. But I think it's, as many have said, it's a step in the right direction, and we can help you. I was amazed to find that, well, I guess I'm amazed because I still don't understand the sunshine laws, but how you all have to work so by yourselves. And this is a cause that I think goes beyond that. And somehow you have to establish a task force, either through your staff, but I think you guys have to be involved, can't be your staff, because your personal input is so important. And I think that task force, if you have to just say, get our permission to have a meeting together, but somehow develop something that all of you're specifically, you were talking, Mr. Segrich, about, what you're doing with your constituents. And I think you could share information with others. Other people are doing different things. Some are more successful, and you come up with a plan. And this is going to be our citywide plan, or at least something of that nature. So thank you again for letting me speak, and let's take a stand to make our little gem by the sea shine against injustice.
Thank you. What? Oh, thank you everyone for your comments. Okay. Approval of minutes. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve the minutes for December 2nd, special meeting and regular meeting.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Now we're Mr. McBoy, consent agenda. What would you like to do?
I would like to pull brief discussion, resolution 68, 2025, item A.
All right. Other than that, B and C, do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second for discussion.
For consent?
Discussion.
We're just talking about B and C.
Yeah, he made a motion to remove A.
He can't remove A without having a vote on it.
Right.
So Mr. Segris seconded it for
Okay.
discussion of
All right.
taking it off of consent.
Okay. I thought anybody could take stuff off consent.
Not without us agreeing.
All right, I don't care. All right. So we have a motion and a second to take A off consent. And what's the discussion for taking it off?
I'd like to know the rationale.
Mr. McBoy?
Why do you want to take
Why
it
do you
off
want to take it off?
Oh, to discuss it very briefly.
Okay.
Okay.
I guess.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Let's go to B and C first, though. Motion and second, I think we did already.
No, we didn't.
All right, motion by who?
I'm sorry,
Yes,
Madam
Luke,
Mayor.
Yeah.
It was my understanding that we were going to discuss A, or you all were going to discuss A, and then we would vote it on the consent agenda as a
All right.
whole.
However that works. All right. So Mr. McVoy, and please, I know I'm
Keep it brief.
criticized, but
Keep it brief.
We don't need a lecture.
Okay. I don't know whether it's a lecture or not. However, when I asked at the last meeting about the language requirements for things that go on the ballot, I believe I got a response that the language has to be neutral. It can't lean one way or lean the other way. My concern on items 2 and 3, they both have a lead-in phrase that I believe is identical or close to it. And then the actual proposed amendment differs slightly. Item 4 is similar to the second half of 2 and 3, that it just has shall article XYZ be changed in such and such a way. Item 4 has no lead-in to it. I believe that item 4, in fact, meets the requirements of neutrality. It just says, shall we change this? Doesn't say, hey, in order to do some good thing, shall we change this? So I believe item 4 meets the requirements of neutrality. However, if you look at 2 and 3, I will just read that language so we're all on the same page. You can find it. This isn't telling me page number, but I think you can find it. In order to encourage private investment in and redevelopment of city-owned property and reduce the city's maintenance costs of city facilities, shall we vote on this? Now, I would say that that is, in order to, is implying that if you vote for this thing, it will encourage private investment. Well, encourage is a very positive word. That's something we encourage people to do good things. We encourage people to be good citizens. We don't encourage people to do bad things. So that, in my book, is putting your thumb on the thing. To reduce the city's maintenance costs, well, that seems like also something that has a particular opinion to it. Everybody wants to reduce maintenance costs. Nobody's going to say, well, that's, no, I'd like to raise maintenance costs. So that is not neutral. And I believe that there's also a requirement that you can't put things in it that are uncertain, that are speculative, that you have to put in only things that are absolutely true. If we do this, then something, or you just don't say anything at all. And I understand that there's a limit on the number of words in these ballot amendments. I believe it's 75 words. So it's a little tricky if you want to put in something positive, but point out what the downside is. Well, that's pretty rough to fit that all in there. I did reach out to our city attorney, and she assured me that this language was neutral. I don't believe it is. And I believe that by having language that is not neutral, we expose ourselves legally for somebody to say, hey, you're putting stuff on the ballot that isn't neutral and that includes uncertain things. I think all of this commission has expressed an opinion on various occasions that we do not want to go out of our way to expose ourselves to lawsuits. They're expensive, they're problematic, they're bad press, bunch of reasons not to do it, which I agree with. I cannot in good conscience vote in favor of the language for 2 and 3 and pretend that I think that they're either neutral or 100% certain. I
Thank you.
I do not. So And I draw this to the attention of our fellow commissioners because I do believe that it exposes us legally.
Thank you. One response, I see Mr. Sigridge's light is on, but I would just say I think there's quite a few people in this city that would read in order to encourage private investment would be a negative thing, not a positive thing. Mr. Sigridge.
I just wanted to point out that we already had a first and second reading on the actual language. This motion has nothing to do with the language. It's merely to set the ballot. So I would like to call the question.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Nate,
Okay, it passes.
Motion to approve B and C.
Thank you. All in favor? Oh,
Aye.
second, wait a second.
second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much.
Wait. I'm sorry.
Wait.
That was too fast. So
You gotta keep up,
there
Madam
was-
Clerk.
Yeah, got to keep up.
I'm sorry.
I'm not a stenographer. I'm sorry. So Commissioner Savage made a motion to call the question. Who seconded that?
There's no.
I don't think there's a second for a call question. It's-
Yes, there is.
All right, second.
And
who-
then it has to be voted on.
I think we did vote, but I don't think we had a second.
Okay, I, that's not my understanding, but I'm not gonna argue with you. To call the Mr. Sigridge, you want to
Call the question?
Is there a
A
second?
second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Calling the question.
Calling the question.
Yes.
Aye.
We'll find out. Okay, now we're gonna have,
Motion to approve.
thank you, motion to approve the,
Item.
Consent agenda.
You can say, okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Who made the motion? Mr. Segridge?
Yes.
And seconded by
Me.
Ms. May?
May.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Nay, and clarifying that I'm fine with B and C, but not with
Okay,
A.
thank you. Okay. Public hearings, please be read by title.
This is ordinance 2025-15, an ordinance of the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending the future land use element of the city's comprehensive plan and providing for severability, conflicts, codification, and effective date.
Thank you.
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Sorry, second.
Is there any public comment? Yep. Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment on this?
Madam Mayor, I have no public comment whatsoever this evening.
I know, it was a very short thing. Okay, David Sims, followed by Amy Mihalich. Mihalich. I do my best. Mihalich?
David Sims, 715 North L. I'm surprised there's just going to be a quick vote and my public comment. I thought there would be a presentation or discussion on these changes to the comp plan. I'm just saying that if the change is to be more permissive for large scale growth, I want to clear that I'm opposed, and I would ask that you all oppose it too, please.
Thank you. Amy, followed by Jane Schumacher, followed by Jack Rice.
Hi, Amy Mihalich, 2032 Collier Avenue. I just want to thank you for voting yes on this ordinance, for supporting the inclusion of single-family zoning within the medium-density future land use. I know this was brought by staff as kind of a housekeeping, but I think it was a really thoughtful, balanced decision. And all of your yeses really shows respect for existing neighborhoods while allowing flexibility, and we
Thank you.
appreciate that.
Thank you very much. Jane Schumacher, followed by Jack Rice.
Jane Shoemaker, 3402 Cynthia Lane, Lake Worth Beach. I'm a resident of Lake Worth Beach and want to preserve its ambiance. I'm encouraging the Lake Worth Commissioners to approve ordinance 2025-15. There are certain properties in the above mentioned land use category where the SFR zoning would be appropriate. I encourage the commissioners to approve adding SFR for the MDR land use. If there are properties that this is not appropriate, then don't approve their zoning request, but make it available for the MDR land use so it can be used where appropriate. Thank you for listening to your Lake Worth Beach residents' concerns and for your devoted efforts to keep Lake Worth Beach the great, unique community that it is.
Thank you very much. Jack Rice. Everybody else claps. Jack Rice.
You got 10 seconds of clapping.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the commission. Jack Rice with Gunster Oakley, 777 South Flagler Drive, West Palm Beach, Florida. I'm here on behalf of Sunset Drive Holdings LLC, which is the contract purchaser of 826 Sunset Drive. We previously transmitted an objection letter to you on December 8th. I provided staff with copies of it this evening. I would ask that you made it part of tonight's record. You'll see in the letter that Sunset applied and your planning and zoning board recommended Sunset's property be rezoned SF TF 14 before this ordinance was scheduled for first reading. So we argue that the ordinance should be stopped until Sunset's rezoning is decided upon. In addition, we're objecting for two other reasons, which is that we would argue that the ordinance creates internal inconsistencies with your comprehensive plan beyond what's described in our letter this evening, but that we're happy to discuss with staff. And then finally, that it's prohibited by Senate Bill 120, which prohibits the city from proposing or adopting amendments to its comprehensive plan that are more burdensome than existing policies for 1 year after any hurricane makes landfall or in any county that's been listed in the federal emergency disaster declaration. So for these reasons, we are objecting to your consideration to the ordinance, and we thank you for your time.
I'm assuming you mean Senate Bill 180?
I wrote down 120, but I can double check.
No,
You might want to do
180.
that.
Thank you. Say Carrie Hannah for me.
Will do.
Thanks. Okay. Motion, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you. Aye. Ordinance 2527, second reading.
It's ordinance 2025-27, an ordinance of the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending chapter 23 land development regulations, article 2 administration, division 3 permits, section 23.2-39 affordable workforce housing program by adding thereto a new subsection M credits related to credits that may be applied towards city fines, liens, and penalties, and providing for severability, conflicts, codification, and effective date.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second for discussion.
Okay. Discuss amongst yourselves. What's up?
I wanted to reiterate part of our discussion from last time, which was that we had given direction to staff that it was our desire to explore offering this kind of credit, not just for affordable housing, but for other housing throughout the city, because there's many other lots that fall into this category that this would be beneficial for. So I just wanted to reiterate that. And I think the addition of this language, will prevent people from abusing this. So essentially,
I didn't hear you last sentence.
it'll prevent people from abusing it where, they go ahead and commit the code infraction and then reap the benefits of this. So.
Okay, in all the city, you mean? That's your objection? It's only for affordable housing?
It's not an objection. I just wanted to
I mean,
make sure that we understood that hopefully we'll move forward and do this for other areas as well.
And perhaps we can do that in a separate ordinance?
Yeah, last time we agreed to
Right.
explore that. I just wanted to make sure that we said that again.
Ms. May?
Before I speak to this, I want to speak to what Commissioner Segris just said. And I think one thing that we need to look at as a city, and it might go under what he's saying, is that there has to be a statute of limitations where when you buy a house, if somebody did something wrong in 1942, it's not your fault. Move on. So we have to look at that. There's citizens that are getting coded for pavers that 2 owners before put in. So we have to look at that but that doesn't have anything to do with this.
Okay.
I agree with the changes because I do think that it does prohibit people from basically tearing stuff down and then getting the city to pay for them. But my question is specifically for Habitat for Humanity, because I know we've discussed this and I know that this is not going to help them in their specific situation. But I do want to put on the record that this has been going on since February and these people are not getting their houses. So I really want it to be a priority for the CRA and the Community Sustainability Department to work together to figure out a way to get this resolved. Maybe the CRA puts in some money, maybe Habitat puts in some money, but we need to figure out a way to compromise and to get this done. And I know that it's a lot of you did it, she did it, he did it, but that's irrelevant when you've got families that don't have a home to go to. So I think there's got to be a way to waive this fee, make it, bow tie guy, every single week, he decreases all of these fees. The lawyer guy that sits up here, the magistrate, and everybody comes up here and they have all these fees and they walk out of here with pennies on the dollar. Well, why can't we do this for Habitat for Humanity? So there's got to be some way we can get these people into their home. Thanks.
Thank you. I just want to respond to the first thing that you said. I have actually had discussions with our city attorney. I agree with you. And I've had, when I could actually get paid to do that, had many instances where clients would move into a house and there would be an old code enforcement fine, code enforcement violation, but not fine. So they couldn't find it in the, it wasn't in a lien. And then, oh, well, this is wrong and this is wrong. And all these people were doing was trying to fix up their house. And so I have a real issue with the fact that, and I've said this before, and I, might get criticized by staff, but we always we as a rule, generally speaking, we take the side of the city. I know, and I'll say this really good example again. Commissioner Nadine Burns used to be up here. She had her house done with all permitted hurricane windows. Everything was great. A couple of years later, she got a call, and I don't know her address. Like, let's say she was at 418 North M Street, right? Someone from 418 North L Street, and those are the wrong addresses, called her and said, "I was just in my property file, and your permits are in my file." So if someone questioned whether she had permits, the city would cross their arms and say, "You didn't get permits." Now, of course, it's a good practice to keep copies of every permit, the application that's approved. Good practice, but people don't generally do that. So I have long begged for some sort of not, and I know that people lie, and I know that people try to take advantage, but they don't always. And it's a real hard thing because consistency is an issue. But I agree. I think that if something comes in and we were talking about, how many years, 5 years, 10 years, how do you do that? But I do think that we need to look at that very seriously because I think people are being, I know clients that I had were punished for sins of the past that they had nothing to do with. Mr. McBoy?
I think we're getting a little off topic. It is an important topic, but it is not really what's in front of us here.
But
my concern is that the last time we looked at this, there was a good deal of discomfort from many on the commission that this looked a lot like we were writing an ordinance that would apply to the whole city to fix a problem for two properties. And I think the level of discomfort at that meeting was even a little heightened because it seemed like it was pretty clear that somebody in the train of owners involved, a little unclear exactly who, but somebody in that train, in fact, did something that was a clear no-no, a clear violation of our rules and a clear violation of the goal of having better tree canopy. And now we were trying to write an ordinance that would basically give them a get out of jail free card. And there was proposed, and I'm hearing a similar suggestion now, well, how about the folks or some part of that train of folks that were involved in doing the not so good thing, just pay the frigging fine for it? And at that meeting, there were numbers thrown around of 47,000 at that point. I asked William today, and I got a number of 12, and then maybe some squishy stuff on top of it, depending on what and this and that and the other. I didn't hear 47, so I'm a little concerned that, the information we had at that time apparently wasn't complete. I am not very comfortable with it. I have said, till I sound like a broken record, that we do not have a very good tree canopy in our city. We ecologically and legally could have a good tree canopy, and we don't. And there, the benefits of having one to the property values, to heat island, to blah, 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 are all well known, and we sort of seem to all support it. And yet here we're asking to make it easier for people to reduce the tree canopy and get basically a break on it. Yes, we tie it to affordable housing, and yes, we don't let the original offender, but it's been pointed out, well, you just put it in somebody else's name. I don't know. I don't have a warm and fuzzy, comfortable feeling about this ordinance.
Thank you.
I don't know if anybody else shares the concerns. There did seem to be quite a bit of sharing of it last time. I don't know what's changed
Thank you.
since.
Mr. Segridge, I'm sorry.
Just really quickly, I was one of those people that had those concerns, and I believe the addition of item 5 quells that, as well as the agreement that staff is going to work on offering this to all property types, not just the affordable housing. It was made abundantly clear, crystal clear, that this will not benefit a particular project or the Habitat for Humanity. I am with you, Mr. McVoy. I think they need to pay their fine and move on. In Palm Beach County alone, they generate over $3.7 million a year. They were given these properties. They did not pay for these properties. So they were given, I don't know the exact value, but the CRA paid for them. We could look it up, but it's probably in the range of $200,000 to $300,000 worth of value to make these projects happen. I believe they can pay that $11,000 or $12,000 fine and then do some sort of restoration of that tree, which is what Mr. Waters had suggested that they may do. And these people can move in. I think on this point, it's on them holding this up, not on the city. Well, it's $11,000. They certainly have it. We certainly did our part of giving them $2 to $3, maybe even more $100,000 worth of value to make these projects happen. They can meet us with that extra 11.
Who has it?
The city has given them the property.
No, you said the $11,000 they have.
Habitat. I mean, they've got large budgets. I mean, they can afford to do it. They just got $60,000 of a grant from Airbnb a couple months back. I mean, it's a mistake, but they've done how many houses? They know they need permits to do these things. It wasn't like this wasn't discussed when they were looking at their site plans and things. So, they did it without the permit, and now forever they'll move on and take care of it. It's a tough situation because they do great work. But in this case, we as the city through the CRA have given a tremendous amount to these two projects. And I think, they just need to meet us and take care of their tree problem on this one incident.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Still going to be in the,
All right, thank you. Next up is, we did that already. B, unfinished business B. Task order 28 with Macrus and no.
A, not B.
Oh, new business. Sorry, we did unfinished business. Thank you. A, task order 28 with Macrus for the 10th and 13th Avenue North Stormwater Outfall Improvement Project Construction Phase Services. Do I have a motion?
motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I see your
just
light on. I see
Put
your-
in
I see-
one short thing.
I'd be delighted.
I thought.
Mr.
you would.
McVoy.
Just on this one, I don't think it applies as much to 10th and 13th because those are part of the golf course. But just a reminder that we have discussed a number of times that as we do these outfall improvements, which are a good thing, they help the drainage, they help flood control to the west of the outfalls, all good and all a good thing. And I think we sometimes get some outside funding to help with it, all a good thing. But let's make sure that as we move forward with them, that we do it in such a fashion that we are not eliminating the easy and safe public access to the lagoon, meaning that there is a provision in the design of the outfalls such that a person can carry a paddle board or a kayak or a canoe or whatever small thing, or just simply walk out into the lagoon and look for hermit crabs. Whatever they want to do, that these are some of the few access points remaining to the lagoon. And we want our community, especially children, to have access to that natural area. So let's just remember that as we move forward with it. I have met with Jamie and
Vaughn.
yeah, but I was trying to remember her last name. Is it Baker now? Okay.
Vaughn Baker.
Yeah, Ms. Baker, and we looked at the ones at 18th and Wellesley, I believe, and we decided that one of those, yes, we could do some retrofitting. Let's remember to do that. At one point, we even set aside a little ARPA money for it, I believe. Might be remembering. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
B, purchase order with Wesco for the procurement of medium voltage EPR 28 kV feeder cable.
I don't like medium view. I went medium plus. Motion to approve.
So do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
C,
I don't know if I said aye, but I'm.
well, thank you. We appreciate that. C, 100th anniversary of the Lake Worth Beach Club, Golf Club, Lake Worth Beach Golf Club. Do we have a presentation? We do have a presentation. Oh,
Madam Mayor, Commissioners, good evening. Stuart Sword, Leisure Services. As we queue up this presentation here, this is pretty exciting for the Lake Worth Beach Golf Course. So November 11th of next year, the golf course will celebrate its centennial, opening
On Veterans Day?
on Veterans Day.
Oh, that's so cool.
Kind of unique.
Oh, buying a brick? You got me.
So I've got a brick. I'll get to this shortly. I'll kind of drive through this fairly quickly. Some of this is just kind of informational update. Really, the vision is just kind of share the story of the historic course, draw additional business to the golf course. It is important to note, last month, November 2025, was the highest generating revenue month in history of the golf course.
Really?
So things
Bravo.
are generated $215,000 of revenue. So it's pretty interesting in terms of, a milestone. So that's also an indicator that things are kind of trending in the right direction. Both the leagues are growing, the men's league, the women's league, their enrollment is up over 100%. And participation's coming anywhere from Singer Island to Delray. We're seeing a lot of traffic coming to play on the course. So it's exciting times. We do have a banner that we have posted at the breezeway at the golf course, just kind of announcing, a visual aid, just draw attention to the centennial year. And I'll get into some of the events as we progress through here. So we've worked with our friends at the CRA. If you've walked some of the local roads, you've seen these historic signs in the tweeds. They're pretty much directional arrows, mostly along 7th Avenue that just kind of, hey, make a right turn or left turn based off which one way you're on. So we've worked with the CRA and the Rotary Club made a donation of $150 to update the signs. And I brought one here. We haven't posted these yet, but obviously this is the logo and we've just added in the 100-year banner and the Rotary is on there. So you will see these going up shortly along 7th Avenue and replacing those historical signs that are there. So it's just one thing we're doing to bring attention and recognition to the golf course. They're already made. They're sitting in our office. We'll work with
And I won't comment.
Like green, you're on.
No, it just looks like if they slapped a sticker on it. And we have so many people that slap stickers on everything in our city. It looks like that's what happened, unfortunately.
So if you got a white marker and you can do a little outliner on it, I'd be down with that too.
I know that brown is fine, but doesn't it look like it like down
It's
on,
superimposed on.
it looks like.
You have to know that it's 100, but not necessarily. I agree.
Except they're going to be advertising it and letting people know about it.
Sorry, Stuart, go ahead.
Well, there's a lot of advertising, just like the banner in the breezeway, so it'll receive a fair amount of attention. What we've tried to do is identify a theme for the month. So January, the event will be 9 and Wine. I'm not going to go through all of these. I just wanted to kind of put a blue star by a few I wanted to highlight. So it's really just, a means, a mechanism to increase foot traffic, increase, attendance through the Golf Now app that you use to make the reservations. And then a Centennial Golf Gala, still kind of looking at what the scope and scale of that would look like in November of 2026, Madam Mayor.
The 11th of November is Veterans Day, and we do the light up the bridge on Veterans Day. That would be kind of a.
We're looking at doing it that month, so we're not looking.
Okay,
at
if we
doing
could
it
avoid
actually on
Veterans Day,
date.
that would be
Correct,
helpful.
correct. Yeah, we're looking at some dates left and right of that, just based off
Thank
venue
you.
and where we choose to do it. I just want to identify that.
You will be selling the Argyle socks in the golf shop.
I'll have to follow up on that. That's definitely a lot of.
So I can-
Sure.
Yeah, that does kind of photogenic. Hold on, let me get wired up here.
Well, I wanted it on my phone so I could share it.
I'm with the mayor
Everybody's a
on that.
critic tonight. Okay.
I assume I can bring my wife to the intimate gathering on.
Of course.
On
Some of these photos here are from the first golf tournament. The gentleman on the right is Mr. Cameron Trent. He was the original golf pro of the golf course in 1926. So we wanted to feature him on the flyer. The QR code, if you scan it, it may not be active. We're going to activate it tomorrow. But that'll take you right to register in Golf Now for that event. And important note, you don't necessarily have to be a golfer to come to the kickoff event. So you could just come and participate in the festivities that'll kick off. Is it active? Okay. Cool. Yeah, we had talked about making it active today. The golf schedule for that there, really about 4:30 for the mayor and the commissioners, if you're able to make it, if your schedule permits that day. We'll send an invite out through Ms. Shona. And then again, like I mentioned previously, you don't necessarily have to be a golfer to partake. There are some items that, again, this event is dubbed a 9 and Wine. It is a golf tournament. And at that event, we'll do a ceremonial tee off, a flag raising. And we do have some Centennial Spirits that I'll present here shortly just for your approval. The Centennial Spirits, I did an event in Miami, Fleet Week, and we had spirits there. But it's kind of a gray, cloudy area in terms of a government entity, endorsing spirits and stuff like that. That's why I wanted to bring this to the commission. So working with legal, looking at our liquor license that we have at the Beach Club, it is a consumption on premises license, right? So in terms of us staying above board and doing everything, legally, the best course of action for this, if endorsed by the commission, is that this will stay in the hands of the Women's Golf League. So they will have the possession of the wine bottle. And I brought one here, and I'll bring it up and kind of pass it around.
But they're going to share, right?
They will make the purchase, and they will make a donation. So for example, at the 9 and Wine tournament, I'll bring this forward and pass it around.
It may not make it all the way around. You did bring glasses, right? Very nice.
Next meeting, you have to come to the kickoff.
Chardonnay.
So this would stay in the possession of the Women's Golf League, the vendors, Windsor Wines. They do a program like this where they will sell it to entities, and but it's really the clause is it's not for resale. It needs to be a donation. So it's stay in the hands of the Women's Golf League. Miss Ann Hobbs from the Women's Golf League, they work closely with us and the golf there. They would have possession of it. So for example, on the first tournament, January 23rd, Miss Ann Hobbs, when we recognize who won the tournament, would come forward and present the bottle of wine on behalf of the city. So I just want to, be above board that it does have the city golf logo on that bottle. And the concept is a Chardonnay, a white, and a red.
Has anyone tasted the wine? Do
Do
we know if it's decent wine?
I've tasted. I've worked with Windsor previously.
And I'm just wondering about, and not maybe just Matthews Brewery. I mean, we have breweries here. What about a beer?
We could definitely engage with Matthews Brewery. I just want, before we go too far downstream in Centennial Spirits, I just wanted to see if there was appetite there to support and endorse this.
The men's league handle the beer.
There, there you go. And I'm looking.
And they do growling.
I'm looking to the attorney I mean, you've already been in communication to make sure that we're reasonably okay. And hopefully pretty okay.
Did you want to comment, Elizabeth?
We have talked about the raffles and how raffles have to be done here in Florida, and we will continue to talk about all the planned festivities for the 100 years and make sure that they're all done in accordance with the law.
Now the patio, I mean, on premises, the patio is still.
Correct.
But not the breezeway?
No, it's on premise, the golf course,
it's still
because
be on premises?
sales are allowed even on the course. So it's just not something that's being done right now, but like a vendor, either Beach Club or a different vendor could go out on the course and serve alcohol on the course. So
on premises?
He said, yeah.
Yeah.
Don't they have like maybe going on stuff?
Well, I can hear you.
It's
We're
permittable. It
deteriorating
just
into a
it's not
chat.
occurring right now.
What did you?
No, I don't go.
I didn't hear what you
I've
said.
gotta-
I didn't hear what you said. What you asked is we're still on
I just asked if there were waitresses that went around and kind of served on the
Oh,
golf
okay.
course.
Some golf courses have.
It's permittable based off Beach Club's lease and also for outside entity. It's just not something that's occurring at the moment. I'm going to keep driving. Next option is this brick, and I'll bring this forward and just kind of pass it around. So, when we talk about bricks, there are some bricks throughout the city that they aren't really upholding because of the means and how they were inscribed. A lot of them were sandblasted or, edged, and then perhaps a different contrasting grout was used to fill it in. I think that's some of the problematic areas. So this brick here is from Brickmakers USA. It's guaranteed for life, and they have, enduring contracts with a lot of entities, NCAA, Department of Defense, a lot of the military branches are using a brick. So I'll just bring it up so you can kind of see it. This is guaranteed for life. So I don't see us having to refit this.
Which begs
during
the
our tenure.
question, whose life? But we won't go there. That's cheap, $35 for a brick.
No, it's 130.
Sale price.
Says
Bricks.
35.
So we will, and we
Oh,
kind of
adding-
used higher pricing in terms of we picked a price point that we're comfortable we could sell, right? So the more you sell, the cheaper they become, and then our margin would increase. The install cost is also high, right? Because if we only sell 20 bricks, the contract was. Well, that's really for decision. I would recommend I bring that back once we know how many we've sold. If we only sell 10,
Plus,
the design will be
could you
smaller.
make it the more you buy, the less you pay?
We could definitely look at that.
Yeah, because if say you have a family of 4
Right.
and you could buy one and make it say the May family, or you could buy 4 and give one to each person.
So when we design this and they offer assistance with the website setup, we can look at doing like a stair step kind of bracket down. And your second one, it's $5 less, something like that. Right. And this is already in the golf community this and the Centennial Spirits already received a lot of interest. There's a lot of folks, if they hit a hole in one, they'd like to buy one, recognize it. There's even current residents in the city whose, mom or dad hit a hole in one. They want to recognize that. And it's not just tied to that, you could recognize, an achievement, a milestone within, family generation. So the brick price point we're comfortable with is $35 per brick. That's what we would pay Brickmakers USA to inscribe that brick. The install cost we're calculating is $30, bringing us to $65. We're recommending to sell them for $130. So the markup would be 100%. The margin would be 50%. And then that money would go right into the golf fund, potentially for, the gala, something to offset like that. Now, based off the scope and scale, what we do with those, if it's largely successful and we sell 1,000 of them, we could do a walkway up to the flagpole. We could do some type of shape around the flagpole, or we could bring it inside and just have a wall that is now a brick wall. And perhaps we put a placard there that says, the Centennial 100-year, lists the mayor and the commissioners. You see that, on the pier and other areas throughout the city. So the design of that really just be based off the volume of sales. But I would recommend we could close that, in October, allow us to install it. It could be like an unveiling as part of the Centennial month, November of next year.
Nice.
So we could just advertise sales for approximately 10
Stuart,
months.
Stuart, if we do end up with a golf course remodel, we can move these and put them somewhere else, right? If we have to.
Yeah, they definitely can be moved. Obviously, if we,
I mean, it's not ideal, but you never know. I mean, if we have
Right.
a complete remodel, I don't want to put this down and then 2, 3, 4 years from now, we're redoing it and
Yeah.
people lost there.
Yeah, I would recommend when we would engage in that, contract negotiation or agreement, how we write it, hey, this is going to be salvaged. This is going to be a carry forward.
Right.
Right. If we decide to move forward.
And I'm glad you're saying that, because when those of us that were around that remember the old golf course building before the beach club was done, my landlord at the time, Chester A. Strong, donated a huge amount of money to the golf course. And there was this giant plaque with his face and everything gone.
Too bad. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just, no, who cares? Throw it out. I mean, it was just really like, really, where is that thing? And it was nowhere to be found. So we need to be a little more conscious of that sort of thing.
Agreed. And I think that's why if we put them in the ground, once we determine the volume of sale, and I'll come back to commission, ask for guidance on the direction of the bricks. If we put it against the wall, it'd be mortared. So oftentimes if you take a brick down, you may damage it, right? So going to the ground's a tad easier to recover it and reset it if we choose to do that.
Mr. Sigurd looks like he has a question.
Well, no, I was saying maybe also consider the Triangle Park right outside the golf course. If it's going to be, just kind of honoring in between the roads before the bridge.
Oh,
There's two little, there's
yeah,
one
yeah.
little fountain and so on.
Finish
You know.
Oh, in Bryant Park.
Well,
in between the roads.
Not at the golf course.
Yeah. You know,
Traffic to see your brick.
All right, we'll talk about that later.
Right.
Let's
No, it's a good
not get
recommendation. I
bogged
highlighted
down.
some areas here just on, you know, potential areas we could do. I think we revisit this once, one, we've approved to do it, and then we need to determine the volume of sales.
Okay.
And then obviously sponsorship opportunities are there. V Riviera is the best person to contact if, you know, any media outlets are watching or folks would like to participate. Obviously with each level of contribution, you could, be a sponsor with the hole in one. It's not indicated here, but with a $5,000 sponsorship, we could put your logo on that Centennial Spirits bottle. Did any questions? This will conclude.
Mhm.
They'd probably do it.
For sure. I'm also wondering, just a thought, we have this, I mean, Palm Beach County is kind of a big golf community. And I'm wondering if we couldn't reach out to some of those folks whose names we all know in the golf community and just say, hey, how about contributing to our little golf course for this and with a bigger amount and a bigger logo or whatever. I don't have their phone numbers, but I just think it'd be interesting to reach out. Mr. Segrich.
I know, my wife's real estate company put on a golf tournament.
You're really slow. You're really, just
Sorry,
a couple.
my wife's real estate company put on a golf tournament, and I think it was Greco. They did the hole-in-one sponsorship, and they were giving away cars if people got it. So you know,
That is a pretty safe bet at this golf course that they wouldn't to give away.
that I don't know.
Scooter, a scooter, a golf cart. Ooh, that's an interesting idea. Okay, so anything else? It sounds like you got this really under. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, they're great. Listen, our departments, the unsung heroes of this city. So, do we need action on this? No.
Do we need to pick a font? I noticed you had different fonts.
No,
on
we're
the
not going
print.
to do that tonight.
The really just approval of the brick concept and the Centennial Spirits maintain custody with Women's Golf League.
Okay, all in favor?
Men's with.
Do you have a motion?
Matthews with the beer.
Correct. I'll engage with Matthews.
Motion to approve as stated.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. This is going to be fun.
Yes, ma'am. Thank
This
you.
is like way bigger than what they did for the cities. D, ordinance 25-24, please read by title.
And this is ordinance 2025-24, an ordinance of the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending chapter 23 land development regulations, article 1 general provisions, division 2 definitions, section 23.1-12 definitions, and article 2 administration, division 3 permits, section 23.2-34 request for reasonable accommodation for disability, and providing for severability, conflicts, codification, and effective date.
Thank you very much. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much. E, dump truck, purchase order of Next Trans Truck Centers for purchasing a Mack dump truck for the Public Works. Mr. Brown.
Madam Mayor, so I have a correction on this item that I caught earlier on.
Okay.
So this is a dump truck that we're going to be utilizing.
Just hurry back.
For streets. So this is a Mack Warren combination. So it's a Mack the truck is a Mack and the actual body itself is a Warren. The actual amount, the 216,405 is actually only for the
chassis
itself. The other 33,800 is actually for the Warren body. That was not included in this. So I would actually like to modify this. So the motion is actually not to exceed the 250,205, which would be the chassis and the body.
250
205.
Second.
And apologies, I didn't catch that before.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for pointing that out. We have a motion and a second. Mr. McBoy stepped out, but we have three folks here. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Can I ask?
Oh, sure.
So a motion to approve this.
Well,
Should we do that for discussion?
Well, we did.
No, we did motion to change the price.
No, we did a motion to approve. And then he brought it up, but there's a.
Did we do a motion to approve?
Yeah, I think we did.
Oh, I didn't think we did. Did we, Elizabeth?
She
Yes, it was a motion to approve.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I thought it was a motion to change it. I
He didn't,
apologize.
yeah, he didn't say anything until we did the motion.
Oh, can I ask a question? then?
Sure.
Will this dump truck help pick up mattresses?
Well, the dump truck is.
Well, the dump truck won't, but will the dump truck receive mattresses from some giant claw?
The dump truck will be used to receive many things, but a lot of it's going to be for streets and actually hauling of material and everything. When we're doing a lot of the alleyways, which we're constantly doing, and a lot of times what happens,
That
we
kind
have
of
to we have to borrow a vehicle from utilities,
Got it.
from the solid waste or stormwater and the utilities department. So a lot of sharing of vehicles. So this allows us to get some more stuff done.
Got it.
So,
That makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you. And we voted yes on it. So moving on. F, construction contract with the Watts Group LLC for site work with the Beach Modular Trailers Project. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. We have a public comment from Ms. Fisher.
no, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Brown.
Yeah, actually, wait a minute. This is this project. Oh my gosh.
It's been a while.
Do we still even want to do it?
Yeah, when we initially put this out, it obviously came in, almost like 300,000 above what this is. We then had to move to the Sourcewell contract. We then had to get an additional geotech. So this has been like an ongoing thing. We finally got to a point where utilizing this, the Sourcewell ID construction contract program, which is indefinite delivery, indefinite quantity. We have finally nailed this thing down. It's just taken a while going through this whole process and going through a new process that we haven't utilized before as far as procurement. But this is obviously for the pads and everything else. It's going to be the basis for the facilities that have been done for like a year now. It's going to be the upper is going to be the new location for the lifeguards. The lower part of the dune is going to be where facility is going to be, which is going to vacate that second floor space finally in the casino.
Thank you.
I know.
And I just think one thing, and this is just $500 a day for overtime, I think is a little generous. I think it should be a little bit more than that. I mean, here's the contract and you've probably worked on this, but I think in general, a little more liquidated damages, I think a little more fire under them would be helpful, but I'm not moving to change it. I'm just observing that maybe in the future, we could look at these contracts and be a little more firm in our get it done on time.
Well, we'll keep in mind also that when using the competitively bid contracts, a lot of those things are already put in.
I realize that.
Yeah. So when we have sheriff's bid, when we're purchasing vehicles, stuff like that, that process is already, it saves us time, which is why we
No,
utilize
why we do
those,
that,
and
but
it's
it
always
was-
the best pricing.
Was this one of them?
Yes,
Okay.
this was the Sourcewell.
Okay. I
portion.
just want to put out of the record, I think we should be harsher. Ms. Fisher. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Well, go ahead, Ms. Fisher.
Okay.
I was
Go
just
ahead.
going to ask,
I'm
because
also polite.
this came about pre Mimi and pre Anthony. And can you just remind us exactly where these are going to go?
Yeah,
'Cause I
so
didn't see that in them.
yeah, so at the top of the dune, basically right across from Benny's, from the entrance to like the pier.
Okay.
There is a location right at the top there. It's the only area at the top of the dune that has space large enough to put this double facility. And then at the very bottom of the dune, just south of the current pump house for the old pool, that's where the single's gonna go.
Are we going to lose parking spots?
Nope.
No, and we're not going to cut down any trees.
Nope. And there will be landscaping planted once these are installed. Once the
Dahoon Hollies?
That's where we could put the.
Sorry, I couldn't help it.
Funny lady.
We're just a laugh riot up here. Okay. That's your question. I'm sorry, Ms. Fisher.
Well, Peggy Fisher, 508 North A Street. I will say that the Dahoon Hollies were discussed and approved at the November tree board meeting. This project dates back to July 2023. And at that time, it was talked about putting the modular buildings on the green space behind the casino building, which obviously they've now been moved with these site plans. But also there's no time frame. The modular trailers have been, if I remember Mr. Brown correctly, sitting with the vendor since the beginning of 2025. So 11, 12 months. How much longer are they going to sit before these concrete pads are ready And this is an example of where we have to get some prioritization on things we want to do, because this has had an effect on the desire to clear out the second floor of the casino for 2 years. And you can't move forward with getting another entity up there, or probably going forward with what Commissioner Segridge talked about, leasing the south part of the second floor. We've got to get into this more. And I have done purchasing and RFPs and everything else for a government entity for almost 20 years. And I know it takes time. We've got to get on top of things a little bit more, in my opinion, and stay on top of them. And if something falls through, which the first concrete bid from the spring fell through, it shouldn't take a year. So that's my comment.
Thank you.
Is there any way that either we could bring up Google Earth just so maybe it's in the backup, but I don't see it.
That's the site plan? Oh, there you go.
I think it was when we voted on it. It was when we voted on it, actually.
Okay.
It's not news.
here.
Well, I mean, you've seen it.
And Madam Mayor, just if I may, we were not going to overpay $300,000 just to move this thing forward. We have to be good stewards of the city's money. Apologies it took so long, but we needed to do additional work and bring on a geotech firm from our CCNA and do some other things in order to get the price down. To answer a question that was just thrown out, as if we were just sitting around doing nothing.
Thank you.
We have been trying, and you don't have to worry about where these are sitting. It's taken care of.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Segridge.
Do we have any renderings of what these things look like?
Well, we've been through this.
So this is for the actual concrete pads. It's not for the actual, yeah, back when everything was approved, we had those. I can pull those back up again.
Okay. And corollary to this is now that we have movement, we're going to be able to move staff out of the second floor there. A while back, we gave direction to go to RFP or RFQ for the casino ballroom. Do we know where that is in the process?
That was one of the items on the list, and I don't currently have that list in front of me, so I'm not sure what that status is.
I know our office has been working with staff on finalizing an RFP, and I think it's pretty close.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Thumbs up
Aye.
From Ms. May. Okay.
You didn't actually vote. I'm still trying to figure out.
Are you going to vote? You have to vote. It's on the pad.
Right, but I'm trying to figure out where the pads are.
Madam Mayor. While you're looking for that, Commissioner, so this was the only location, the upper part of the dune for the lifeguards. That was the only location that was available that was centrally located, which was also at the top of the dune. They need to be able to access the beach pretty quickly, depending on what happens. You don't want them at the far north end or the far south end. They also can't be on the bottom where they can't even see the beach. Same thing for facilities. The only location at the bottom part of the dune that was centrally located because they're taking care of the south bathrooms, the building itself, kind of all over the place. You didn't want them at the far south end or the far north end either.
And that all makes sense, and obviously fitting stuff in, somebody's, I don't know whether this diagram is accurate, but this does take up a chunk of the lower parking, and it seems to take out a chunk of the pathway that walks up and down.
No parking will be affected.
Well, then this diagram must not be accurate.
Okay, I mean, we did vote on where they went a couple of years ago, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So these are in current green space.
Right.
And also these locations were the least impactful as far as having to remove trees and stuff like that up there.
Would you like to vote?
I guess reluctantly, yes.
Thank you. That's
Happy to see the second floor
unanimous.
north, open up. So
Okay, so that's the end of our working agenda. Commission liaison reports and comments. Let's start with District 2.
District 2. The Transportation Planning Agency has changed its name to match, I guess, most of the rest of the country to Metropolitan Planning Organization. We just elected a new set of officers for it, starting in January. There are a number of opportunities, I believe, and Jamie can remind us of some of the names. He keeps good track of funding opportunities through MPO that we can take advantage to help with mobility and some things. I believe we are putting in for pretty much all the opportunities. You can correct me on that.
Yeah, so the main two through the MPO are the transportation alternatives and then the local initiatives. The local initiatives is the one that goes up to 5 million. Transportation alternatives is typically tops out at $1 million, depending on funding for that year.
So we're working on, I think the city is actively involved in making sure that we make it take advantage of possible. You got to put them in. It's MPO is they're all of them, not just this one in Palm Beach County. It's a slow process. But you got to put in, and then you work your way up the queue and 5-year plans and all that stuff. But it's worth doing, and I think we're on it. I had something else with that, and I'm forgetting what it was. I think I'll leave it at, I do want to thank the mayor for the initiative on the letter. I think, I don't think it'll come as a surprise listening to the comments that we had in public comment. I do think, and I'm probably, well, I know that I am very influenced by having a mother who grew up during World War II in an occupied country that was occupied by another country. And that's always left me with an interest of how do you not look with hindsight at things that we all agree were really horrible, but how do you look at them forward looking and be able to recognize when things are headed on a similar path? That's much harder. It's much easier to look back. I think they call it Monday night quarterbacks. We all have an opinion what that they should have done, or what was a bad thing or what was a good thing. I think I was struck that a conservative jurist, I happened to see the quote, who was actually in the running to be a Supreme Court justice. I believe one or another of the Bushes was thinking of appointing him, almost did. He says this country is at one of the most dangerous, the democracy of this country is at one of the most dangerous points that he can imagine. That's a conservative experience, and he was a federal judge for a long time. And I think the comments that we received today is, this is not a time to look for reasons why we can't speak up. This is a time where history will ask us, did you speak up? And don't worry, there's a thought in Hindu philosophy that says, make an effort to figure out what the right action is, do that action, and don't look to the fruits of the results, meaning don't worry about how it will be interpreted. Don't worry about whether anybody's going to pay attention to it. Figure out what the right thing at this moment in history, and do it as to the best of your abilities. And I think that fits here. So I would hope that we do try to find some process to come up with a letter that has some specific things, look to what other mayors have done, and have asked for the data. I think that, because one of the concerns is that there is a big discrepancy between the rhetoric coming from DHS and ICE and the reality of the numbers coming from them. And us having the data of what is actually happening in our city, in the county that is most affected in the state by their data, having that data puts us in a position to make the discussion a factual discussion. And that seems like something that we as a city might want to be strong behind. Thank you.
Thank you. District 3.
Thank you. So, we haven't done these in so long, I forgot how to do it.
Yeah.
I do want to say that the event this weekend, the Christmas parade, a holiday parade, was amazing. And I'm not trying to shame anybody, but it sucked that Mayor and I were the only ones there.
Yeah.
And I know you guys had things to do, so I'm not blaming, but like, let's maybe make an effort to all 5 show up next year, because it really shows the community that we care about the city, and we want to show up and we want to support it. And it's a little awkward when you're the only one in the little car. So
silly.
So I'm sure it'll be like the second Saturday of December.
It's always the same.
So anyway, I'm done. The other thing I really wanted to talk about, and I want to get consensus on with you guys. So there's always 85 sides to a story. So this isn't like a blame thing, but it is a question. I wanted to know, how do we change specific building requirements? So for example, the fact that in order for a tenant to put a sign up on their new business window, they have to get a survey does not make any sense.
Right.
And what I'd like to do is somehow go through the barriers to businesses. And I don't know how that works, and I'll talk about it in my one-on-one, but I just wanted, I've gotten a lot of calls from downtown merchants lately, and I want them, if they're watching, to hear that I'm hearing them, and I understand their frustration, and that we as a city want to be business friendly. And if we say that, then we need to do something to make sure that we are business friendly, and that we do whatever we can to help businesses be successful. And I don't mean skirting anything. I mean explaining what do you need, or as a commission saying, that seems a little redundant. They don't need that for that, or, whatever. I don't know, but I want to make, it's operational. So I know it's not my jurisdiction, but I do think that it's something that we as a commission could ask staff to look into. Do I have consensus to have some of that stuff start to happen?
I'm going to add to that. I met with a business this morning who, downtown, our downtown businesses are struggling. And I have heard many recent reports of fairly minor, eclectic. There was a sign this big on the bottom of their window, and they were told, and I don't know, anecdotal, I'm going to find out what happened, but that's an elite. You can't have that sign there. When in other places in the city, the rule is 25%, I believe, you can be covered up by signs. Okay. This was nowhere near that. And I've seen many stores, a lot of stores along Dixie Highway, they've got beer signs, and that's never addressed. So something's happening downtown, and I'm not quite sure what that is, but I have heard from more than one business that all of a sudden, like an 8x11 sign had to be taken down that was taped up to the window or something. And we got to help our folks down.
We got to help our folks downtown.
Okay, you were not done, right?
No, I wasn't done. Okay. So I that's the one thing. The other thing that I wanted to talk about, it'll come back to me when somebody else starts talking, but I did. That's it. Great report.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. So do we have consensus for that?
I was just about to ask that.
Yeah. And that's consensus to do what? You're next.
Consensus for staff to look at barriers to businesses.
That's a good way to put it. No? Okay. Anthony's shaking his head.
All right. I think we can. It's just good. We usually don't have a conversation. It's usually like reports and stuff, but you brought something up that I think merits a little bit of conversation. So let's keep it. Thank you. I'm working on it. Thanks. Got it.
So we've already given direction to be business friendly and remove barriers to businesses. That also needs guidance,
right?
Policy guidance from us. It isn't, in my opinion, is not operational what you're talking about. I have several things that I'm going to be asking for consensus with, and you would basically, I think you were hitting the nail on the head. You have a very specific item that doesn't make any sense in our code, and it should be a very quick, easy fix and something that we all could agree to.
Or they can
it-
explain the reason why it is there.
Right. Yeah, but it remove. You would basically be asking for consensus to remove the requirement to have a survey to put a sign in your window in a building.
Right.
Boom. And then if we give consensus, staff works on it and we get to vote on it.
I'm down with that.
If that is what you're asking for, I consent.
I think that that's something, I don't disagree with the concept. I think that is kind of an action that should be brought up at a commission meeting when people have the opportunity to speak. I mean, I'm not in disagreement with the concept.
We impose these rules about us. We have to get consensus before it can be discussed.
Right.
So that's essentially what we're doing.
Right.
And in order to discuss it, we need to see that portion of code redlined, and then we discuss it and then take action.
I think what we should do is just confirm exactly what the requirement is. Look at the specific code, because sometimes they contradict each other. I think let's get, again, data and the facts and just see. There's a lot of things in the city code that I would like to change. So Mr. McVoy, do you have something to add?
Just very curious. This has been something that.
I'm sorry, can you speak into your mic, Commissioner?
And turn it
on. It's been something that, one might think as a scientist, I don't have a lot of interest in business, but I've been very concerned, and I've gotten calls over the years from business owners or new business owners pulling their hair out at how difficult it was. And I just happened to wander into a business, it actually in West Palm Beach, and I got in a conversation with the person. They said Lake Worth, and oh boy, they about went through the roof because they had quite a number of years ago an experience trying to start a restaurant here and all sorts of problems, and eventually gave up. I don't quite understand why it is that we seem to be quite business unfriendly, and we shouldn't be. And so I am very much in favor of whatever seems to be the holdups. Let's look at smoothing the way.
Okay. Thank you.
And specifically for
thank
a
you.
survey for signs.
Thank
Yeah.
you. We're going to look at
consent.
Are you done, Mr.?
So for Melissa, we do 1, 2, 3, and if the mayor agrees to have consent to have staff look at the and bring back to us removing the survey requirement for signage.
Right. There's a few of those laying around that I think don't make any sense.
Yeah, but I mean, you can draw a picture of the front of it, and I'm going to put the sign here. You don't need the whole survey.
Right. And you're not affecting boundaries.
You're not doing anything. You're putting up some.
Yeah,
vinyl.
the story I heard today on Lake Avenue was pretty disturbing, but I hope, and I'm going to check out. Okay.
You're talking about the.
No.
Oh.
Are you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, Mr. Segridge, are you finished yet?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. EDU task force met with them, and as kind of a reoccurring theme, attendance is way down. We have a draft coming before us for that grant program. I don't know the exact meeting it's coming in, but it's one of these upcoming meetings soon. They were very excited to hear about that. And I think
What is expand a bit on that?
Sure. So years past, the commission had voted to set aside $75,000 for education. We then, when we brought it back up, voted to instruct staff to come back with a proposed program to kind of evergreen that and offer it to our schools. And that is near completion. And the task force is very excited for that, as are their school representatives. There is a lot of good programs that could go to support in our schools, and hopefully re-bolster attendance for the circumstances that they can control. So In terms of, I've got went to the press conference for the Operation Unplugged this morning with PBSO, and to underscore, the importance of that operation with our city, it just absolutely amazing. Well over 100 arrests of mid to low level drug dealers. Maybe 50, maybe 100, maybe even more arrests to come of their clients, their cohorts, their associates. This was a massive effort across, I believe, 6 agencies were listed at the top there. And really, hats off and kudos to PBSO for spearheading and shepherding that. It is going to have an impact. It is going to serve to chill and send fear into those that are thinking of bringing criminal enterprise to the city of Lake Worth Beach. It is going to help out those immediate residents immensely because they've been crying out for help for years. And I really look at it as an uprooting of the raw roots entrenched over the years that have gotten worse and worse and worse in that area. One of the interesting things that the sheriff had mentioned, and it was echoed by Captain Karn, is they're doing their part, right, and they're working as hard as they can for us. As a city, we too can help them. And it does touch upon the subject of code enforcement. That particular area has been allowed to get blighted. You can walk down any given street there and find 50, 100 code violations, and not just little ones, life, health, safety ones. And really, this needs to be the focus of a more proactive code department for our city, helping us to cure the blight, because that's code compliance and community sustainability is not there to be a police force and to punish people. It's there to build up the standards of our community. And they really underscored that. And I would like to see more effort be put towards those areas to do that. And it has to be done with common sense and accountability. So some of the examples you guys brought up, the eclectic, the example I heard, they had to have their marquee sign removed because at some point in history, it may or may not have gotten a permit, and whether that permit was lost. And, there's an example of where we have a good business that had to take something down.
And I have to add to that, again, I'm going to check with staff for the accuracy, but they asked, could they paint where these letters had been? And they were told they could not do that. And I hope that's not true, but if it is, why?
But
well, there's turnover.
Yeah. So, but we've had these examples, and there needs to be accountability. And as we look at recruiting for a new city manager, I hope that accountability and common sense will be traits that we all look for in that individual, to be able to hold our departments accountable to standards and to really improving the lives of the residents and businesses in our city, not just maintaining a status quo. It will take real change. I did have some quick things for consensus, and some of them were kind of inspired by this evening. But I had them on my list to add. One of them was getting consensus to have staff look into a statute of limitations for code violations from the previous owners of a property. I think many of us up here would agree that if I purchase a house and 10 years ago, 3 owners ago, they did some unpermitted work, and there really is no good way of figuring that out. And there is story after story after story of people getting punished for that. And I would like to have consensus to explore that.
The attorney and I have had that conversation because it's an ongoing problem, just to look at it and see how we can, how do you do that? What's the cutoff date? How does that work? And the attorney is looking into that at this point.
Okay, so I just would like consensus to put that on our list.
Well, yeah, I mean, I put it on the list. I mean, we have it's a long list. I mean, every time that we just keep.
Well,
this adding-
Yeah, but how can she be looking into it
It-
if we haven't consented for her to look
It's
into
just a
it?
conversation that she and I had about code years, a couple months ago about being city attorneys and that problem that we have. So she's
Okay.
aware of the problem.
So, I mean, I do take exception to every time I try to bring up small changes, being told, oh, the list is too long. I was elected to implement change in the city on things that were broken. And that's what I intend to do. And I'm asking for consensus. This is something that you even agree to, but you're being resistant to actually putting it on our list. I don't care if our list has 1,000 things to do on it. If we don't get them on a list, they will never get done.
I have no problem putting it on the list, but I think the expectation of what comes from that is we have to be realistic.
My expectation is that staff will come back with some good suggestions to institute a statute of limitations based on previous ownership, such that the new owners of property do not get penalized for the sins of the past.
Oh, you've noticed that? Yes, fine.
Okay.
And
I mean, I brought that up earlier in the meeting.
I know, but we didn't have consensus, so it doesn't go on the list. Now,
and this would be going under the same list that I don't think it's been sent out yet, or if it
Yes.
has, I haven't seen it. It would go
I'm
under.
sorry, Commissioner, could you turn on and speak into your mic? Thank you.
Sorry, I was looking to Commissioner Sigrid. It would go on that list and we've got to allot our 30 points. And this would be one of the
Yes, sir.
candidates.
yes.
Can we bump it up to 35 points? But keep going with your list because I
Yeah,
have a feeling we
so-
may need 40.
Do we have consensus?
Yeah,
Okay. The second is
at least explore it.
yeah. The second would be to bring forward at a future meeting and have staff give recommendations on changing our code in and around tree removal on lots. The reason for this is, for example, on my lot, I've planted probably 8 new trees, maybe even 12. If I want to remove one of those trees, I now have to get a permit and pay a replacement penalty depending on the species of tree, even though I was the one that planted that tree. There is zero leeway that staff has, which is why we had the Habitat for Humanity problem. They have zero leeway with it. It's clear as day that if a tree is removed, there has to be a replacement fine. There's no leeway of this is our minimum landscaping requirements and so on. So the person who buys a house with 15 shade trees on it and wants to remove one actually gets penalized versus the person that has no trees whatsoever on their house and is able to do whatever they want. So staff has expressed that this has handcuffed them from being able to be nimble, and it's caused some problems. So I'd like to get consensus for this to be discussed at a future meeting and put on our list.
We're discussing.
Yeah, common sense.
Okay.
Yes, but to discuss it, yes, but with cautions that we need to be clear on what our overall goal on tree canopy is. And yes, I agree.
100%. But there has to be some space for reason and common sense.
Right.
The third, and I apologize, there's a few of these, but it's been a while since we've had this time. The third is to allow 2-unit townhomes. Have a discussion and have staff come back with verbiage to allow 2-unit townhomes within the city. We currently do not allow them. If we looked at the CRA presentation where they had a conceptual design of a 2-unit and they were attached, based on our ordinances and our LDRs, that would have to be done in some sort of convoluted way as a condominium, which increases costs and makes it a little bit less desirable from a development standpoint. So
There's plenty of duplexes in the city, 2 units.
currently, we do not allow 2-unit townhomes. We allow 2-unit condominiums.
Well, then it would have to be a condominium if it's 2 different owners.
Townhomes can be two
If
different
they're-
owners.
What?
Currently, we don't allow 2-unit townhomes.
2-story townhomes.
2-unit.
Well, a town, I mean, just define townhome. I mean,
we
What makes
currently,
it a townhome? 2 stories, or are they 1 story, or what?
they can be multiple story. I believe they can be 1 story, 2 story, 3 story attached. Townhome is the ownership and an association, how that's defined. It's different than a condominium. So you can have a townhome association or a condominium, and the ownership structure of the land and the resources is very much different. And right now, we don't allow 2-unit townhomes, which creates development complexity and is.
Where's that in the code? Do you have this?
Well, Anthony, I think before I consent to this, I'm just going to say for me, I want to go back because we dealt with this and there was a specific reason why we voted no on it. And before I agree to bring it back, I want to go back and refresh my memory. So I'm not going to agree to that yet.
I sort of vaguely remember that too.
Yeah.
I don't, and if somebody gave me a quiz on condominium versus townhome, I'm not sure I would pass it.
So could we maybe have staff come back with a letter that explains why
I can do my own research.
It did come up relatively recently, it seems to me.
So we can look it up. So right now, I don't think you have consensus on that one.
Okay. And then the last one was that for presentations.
Oh, wait, it's 9:54. Do I have a motion? We
We don't-
can't take a new.
Yes, I was, you're fine for that.
We're fine.
That's at 10:45, but I was going to ask for a motion to extend till 11.
Well, that's what I was going to say, yeah.
No.
Well, but we can't go past 10.
That's fine. We're not going to.
Well, I have,
the
Well,
mayor
we still
wants to
have
speak.
city manager comments.
yeah.
Okay,
I'm
motion
sorry,
to
I have
but
a motion.
everybody's chatting. I mean,
Motion to extend not much past 10.
right. Well, not, yeah, past 10. Okay,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And last is for setting direction to staff for presentations that they be included in our packages at least 1 week beforehand, especially for things that are as
There's
important
backup, yeah. Sometimes there is, yeah.
as what we just had tonight.
Mhm.
100%.
Yep.
You know, and that the presenter or whoever's making it is available for questions prior to the presentation. So whether that's a consultant or so on, maybe not in person, but yeah, but still,
I think we have consensus that the backup should be on presentations. I agree.
okay.
And include some sort of way to contact the person.
Yeah.
That would be reasonable.
So,
Yep.
and that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I have a few things. We had our last legislative meetings a couple of weeks ago up in Orlando. The two priorities that my division said were, number one, housing, just saying to the state, you're killing us with all these regulations about housing, and that there needs to be some cooperation. And number two, CRAs, that we value them and that we would like to protect them. There are, I was going to bring up about the downtown stuff. The parade was amazing, and we really have to find a way to thank staff for the job that they did. It was, I mean, and it's so cool because part of the parade is like, it's such a down home parade, you know, the golf cart parade, the witches parade, this parade. It's really, I love it. And I just want to thank everybody because so much work goes into that. It was amazing. It was so much fun. I don't know how you got on to, I got to figure out how you made it because you were in the car and then you marched with your guys and I couldn't get through the barrier to join the witches in the dance. You know, I'm going to say with this ICE thing, as touchy as it is, there's a vocal group of people here today speaking about it. There's also quite a large, I mean, I'm on Facebook quite a bit. And when anything comes up about that, there's quite a few people that say they are fine with that's what they voted for. That's that they're fine with what's going on. So I think, you know, yes, the people here are very vocal, but I think we need to recognize that it's not a universal opinion, be that as it may, like it or not. So I think we need to just be aware of that. That people do have different opinions and we have to be cognizant of all of them. A friend of mine had a real Saturday night about 10:30, 11 o'clock, a group of pagans, the motorcycle club pagans was at IGOTS and he had beaten out of him. He didn't call the police because he got beaten up. stomped by the pagans, right? And I wrote to the city manager, is this, have we heard about the pagans coming to town? And apparently they're starting to come into Florida. No one called the police. Well, the police were there, but the pagans were gone by that time. But a little scary, he's broken ribs. He's got broken ribs. And what? They'll heal. What? Pagans? I know in Florida, but I've not ever heard of an incident downtown like that. Oh, maybe that's where.
Pagans for me is people who.
No, it's a motorcycle club.
I'm sorry, could you speak into your microphone?
Motorcycle. It's the Pagans Motorcycle Club, and I just thought I had not heard that it was down here, and I'm just hearing that it is here. But they got all active on Saturday night. Yeah, I mean, anything that we can do to help. It's funny with the referendum. People say, "Oh, there's so many downtown. There's so many businesses that are empty." And one thing that I think about when I think about there's a referendum coming up, if there could be, what we obviously as a city cannot support the little stores that we have, and there's no push to open new stores because there's not enough business to maintain as well as should be the ones that we have. With the Gulfstream opening, what's going to bring business downtown? People walking downtown, exploring our town, being interested in our quirky little town, and having disposable income to buy tchotchkes in our places, to buy clothes, to buy souvenirs, to buy different things. So whenever I think about, the consequences of a referendum, that's one thing I think we can't ever forget. We need people downtown that will come in and spend money and enjoy our town and make it a more vital place. So I'm forgetting something, but it's probably not important. Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So Commissioner Flores, one of our commissioners for this area, for as part of the county FY26 budget, he got $1 million allocated for our Central County Economic Development Master Plan. We've been meeting. It's us, Palm Springs, Green Acres, Atlantis, Lantana, Lake Clark Shores, Kelly Small Ridge from the Business Development Board is often at those meetings, and then PBIA should with those as well. We've been meeting every few weeks, laying out this master plan. We actually met with the superintendent last week and some of his staff because you don't really think about it, but when you're looking at bringing businesses and everything to Central County, when you look at our schools and ratings and everything, that's a huge thing when people are looking to relocate to an area, bring their families and everything. So they don't have this issue in Northern County. They don't have this issue in Southern County. We need to put more and out west as well. So we have to put more emphasis on our Central County stuff. So met with them and had some very pointed questions as far as their plans and what they were doing to increase our grades in some of the schools and everything. So that's ongoing. And
Did he have an answer? Did they have an answer? A satisfactory answer?
Putting it nicely. So what we weren't looking for was the typical sales pitch you'll get when you have some of these meetings, because we weren't there. We didn't need to be sold on anything. We needed actual answers for some things. So it was interesting. And we did get a little bit. I can kind of go through that with everyone, but we're moving forward with our master plan and getting all this stuff laid out. So I'll, as we get a little bit further, give you guys kind of a timeline of what's going on with that. The ballot, March 10th election. So it keeps going out. January 30th is when the mail-in ballots get sent out. So in theory, the 31st or the 2nd could be the first that people start receiving these in the mail. What we've done to this point is laid out 4 separate town halls for January in 4 different locations within the city. We're looking at January 8th, and this will all go out up at the Haitian Peniel Church in District 2, Osborne Community Center on the 12th, Library on the 22nd, and then on the 28th, which is the actual week of when those ballots are going to go out, the mail-in, the casino, and looking to actually have that one recorded so people have something they can go back and
And what date was
watch.
that last one?
The 28th. This is all going to go out.
We'll be in Tallahassee.
I know that, but we were trying to find dates. We didn't already have meetings and dates that your guys' calendars were empty. So we're putting all this together right now. So the point was, even though this isn't based on district, we wanted to have 4 different locations in different areas of the city. If someone can't make one, hopefully they can make it to one of the other 3, because it would be the same information. So that would be the goal. Also been talking to some outside agencies that do this, because we would also need to have, and obviously cannot advocate as the city, just has to be factual, mailers to all residents. Also, social media, we'd have a page, we would have basically a small presentation, so everything would be consistent. There would also be on the website, QR codes, everything, basically putting it to the website, which has it'll have the questions, the actual ballot questions on it, and just some factual information on that as well. So trying to put this whole thing together for the month of January. So what we don't want is the election to come and people to feel that they didn't have an opportunity. They don't know what this is. They're not educated on what this is or anything. So we just needed somewhere where some facts could lie. So that's what we're currently putting together. I would like to get consensus from you, because we would like to engage one of these outside agencies, because they would help with the mailers and some of this other stuff, because staff can't take all this on ourselves. And it would fall obviously under what the city manager is allowed to actually sign off on, which is $50,000. It's going to be substantially less than that.
Right, and
but
there's companies that do this.
Right.
There's companies
And we
that
do
do
use
this.
them.
And we have talked with them. We have another proposal coming in tomorrow morning. So just letting you guys know what's going on. We would like to move forward with that, because again, March seems like it's 3 months away.
No, it's not. It's tomorrow.
But when you look at when the mail-in ballots go out, we literally have
tomorrow
the month, and tonight we just now finalized the actual ballot.
Can I have those dates again? Oh.
Yeah, so January 8th at the Haitian, we've already talked to the church to make sure that's a reserve from 6 to 9. January 12th, Osborne Community Center. Again, we would allocate 6 to 9, probably need all that time. January 22nd, 6 to 9, the library. And then January 28th, from 6 to 9 up at the casino.
And you don't care that 3 of us won't be there?
Again, we needed to find something that final week, because again, the mail-ins go out on that Friday, the 30th. So I was hoping that at least you guys could attend one of the other 3 or all of the other 3. But again, trying to squeeze all this in January among all of the other meetings we already have and your guys' calendars where you're here, and it was difficult to kind of find all this. And also, we didn't want to schedule it.
Job. Thank you.
We didn't want to also schedule it when there's a CRA meeting or when we have planning and zoning.
course.
Yeah, so it gets difficult.
Just for the record, I can only be there on the 22nd because I'm going to be out of town for the 12th, the 8th and the 12th. That's that
Yeah.
weekend. And the 28th will be in Tallahassee.
So obviously not. And Elizabeth, I did see the email. Elizabeth, I talked about pushing out an email to all of you, to understand what you can't, yeah, just, because
that was very helpful. Thank you.
Because obviously as a board, you guys cannot advocate one way or another, but individually, if you're at neighborhood association meetings, you can obviously give your opinion on what you feel people should or shouldn't be doing based on one thing or the other. So again, I'm about to kick this into high gear because it seems like it's far away. It's really not.
It is not.
It is really not. So from a staff perspective, our main goal is just to make sure that we're pushing out factual information. People know when the election is and know how to register for a mail-in if they haven't already, and just all the typical election information that you push out. So that is our goal.
And
so I
that's
just wanted to
good
make
goal.
sure that you
And
guys
thank you
be
for
okay
doing
with
that.
us moving forward with engaging. Again, it's not something we need to bring based on the dollar value, but just want to make sure everyone's aware. So
Is that it? Mr. Brown?
consent for.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. All right.
I forgot one thing, a bit of good news. Many years ago, Lake Clark Shores wanted to put a gate, not a gate, a barrier so that those drunk Lake Worth Beach people couldn't get through. We came to, I was involved in that lawsuit deeply, and they came to the compromise of the gate that lifts up, which has broken so many times. They were very happy to come to me the other day. They, as a commission, they decided not to even replace the gate. So that street, 17th, will be open to Lake Worth residents.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah,
I
it's been
just-
broken so many times. Mr. Brown.
I did forget one thing.
Okay.
I don't know how often you guys get up to the northwest corner of the city,
Yeah.
right behind Vernon Heights.
Yeah.
In between there and the
And the-
actual sound wall
Yeah.
for I-95. That has been really cleared a lot. If you haven't seen back there lately, it was really thick before. You
Mhm.
couldn't even get through there. We had one of our contractors go through, and it's been probably 3 months. They've been working on that just as they've had time to do it. It's night and day.
But
back
they're not
there now.
taking trees out. They're just taking.
No, it was a
brush
lot of the brush,
Brush.
a lot of the invasive stuff. It had basically become like a dumping ground. So they were pulling all kinds of
out. Okay, good.
tires in. I mean,
No.
you can't, the refrigerators just,
Take it back.
it was just crazy. So, it's amazing how much we've been able to clear that out.
good.
And what people didn't realize is there's actually a structure back there. It's a standalone building that has a garage on it and everything. It's all like graffiti and everything, but you couldn't even see it before. But yeah, it's basically a clubhouse. It's a concrete structure with a garage that was back there. It's on city
I
property.
guess.
No one knew about it because you couldn't see. You
Well,
couldn't
the
see it.
question is, did they get a survey?
Did they get a permit?
Don't put a sign out.
But yeah, if you guys make it back there, it is pretty substantial. The before and after.
Thank you so much. Madam Attorney.
You all asked for an update on the lawsuit regarding Senate Bill 180. And so I just wanted to let you all know that the state filed its motion to dismiss on the 12th. And there will be a hearing on the state's motion to dismiss and the plaintiff's request for the preliminary injunction. And all of that will be on the 19th
Where?
from 9 to noon. Up in Tallahassee would be my guess. I don't know if it will be live streamed. There wasn't that information as part of the order, but it will be up in Tallahassee.
Thank you.
This week,
Yeah.
Friday, I believe.
Correct.
That's it.
I just have one quick question on that.
I'm sorry.
One quick question on that.
Sure.
If they do get a preliminary injunction during that injunction period, does that mean we could enact more restrictive LDRs while that injunction's in place?
Yes, there is also the possibility that they would then be void,
Right.
depending on the outcome of the lawsuit. So you run a risk there, but yes, that would open the window.
And
Just saying.
cities have had in the past to take buildings down. Okay, thank you very much. Motion, do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. And oh, by the way, have a wonderful holiday, Christmas, Hanukkah. Sunday is Hanukkah.
Oh, the Hanukkah celebration.
Always.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's donuts.
Great. Jelly donuts.
Tonight's the third night of Hanukkah.
I'm sorry. Tonight is, yeah,
The third night of Hanukkah.
right. But the event is at